All right, let's go ahead and get started. No, I want to, there we go. All right, so Mass Man Permadeath. We left off on Wednesday at Prestige 10. Yeah, so 15 more levels to go. Though we're now out of the early game grind. We know about 4 spots to probably farm pretty effectively. Yeah, it should be much quicker now. We have our giant rig here. It does seem definitely like the pack mule is better, but maybe it was just the items I was picking up. We can probably do like a direct comparison on the same map. Let's go to vendors here. Let's buy some meds. And let's do an easy one to get warmed up with. Let's not do something too crazy yet. So we're gonna go wrong gun. We need RPK. Where are you at? And sidearm wise, I don't need a sidearm really. Shotgun's fine. Meds. Lots of meds. Hey, BRM. Oh, that reminds me. Let me go ahead and do this. All right. It's not that much like there's a meta, right? I don't think there's a meta in the game at all. Also, give me a moment. Why is this not working? Well, I do not want to look. Let's see if it works now. Oh yeah, it just connected to it. All right, it should work now. All right. Yeah, Mass Man, like it's just the perk of being able to use literally every gun, right? It's so nice. And like that's the problem, right? Like I want a character. I like Shaman because he's fast. Like the characters that don't require so many hoops. That does help out too, right? The max of 18 HP, but like it's the weapons too and the rigs. When she's maxed out, when she's maxed out, it's not too bad, but like having to deal with the level ups is just so Alright. So pack mule. Yep, Jillian. Yep. We're currently at Prestige 10 right now with no deaths. Well, that's just from the farm. So we currently have 4 different farming areas to get good experience. There's one on Mausoleum. Mausoleum is probably the most dangerous. It's probably the less worthwhile. Trenches is good. Nexus is fine. Mace is great. Scorched Enclave, it's got too much going on to have a good farming spot, so it's not really worthwhile. Cemetery, god no. But we have run Cemetery quite a bit, but when we run Cemetery, we don't actually try to fight, we just do a quick loot run and we leave. But for like maximum experience wise in regards to prestiging, we want to get a lot of kills and a lot of loot, and so we're mainly looking to farm units essentially and pick up what they drop. And so we're gonna do a quick easy one real quick, and we're just gonna go over to the crawler and have some fun there. Got plenty of RPK ammo. Let's actually do Desolated Streets spawn so we can actually get the backside of the crawler, and we should be good. I'm not even sure if it's breweries, right? It's just like AI foundries making making alcohol. Though I am curious how they get the actual grain to do it with. But yeah, that's part of the thing though too, Wilson, because we are because one of our favorite units to farm is going to be cyborgs. They drop so much. That makes sense. It also makes sense too why they're like the one faction that can actually you know, output it. Alright. We didn't actually pick up any quests, which is fine. We're just going to the crawler to get some farm done. Interesting. No guards here. There's usually guards here. It doesn't happen all the time, but there's usually guards. Alright, we're avoiding the XO. No, it's not that map yet. Well, we're good. We're just in the little area over here. That little alleyway is always dark. And actually, weirdly enough, the night map's probably better for us in the long term. Alright, down we go. So we're just going to my favorite little spot, the crawler, to get some farm done. Make sure we're on good bed kits. And this is the reason why I kind of like picked Massman for this also. We've had a... I just heard a tank go flying by. There it goes. You can always tell when a tank goes flying by from the whizzing sound. You hear the quick whoosh. Oh, there goes a tank. T90 going space program. I now want to see, like, a space program. Like, imagine, like, a launch site, and it's just, like, 4 T90s, like, strapped together. What is going on? Plan today is to farm. Farm that sweet, sweet experience. I don't think they can at this point. There'd be outrage. It's part of the game. Janky physics is part of the game now. It does kind of feel like they maybe weighted this towards snipers. Like I haven't had any weird things post hotfix, so I wonder if they fixed the random aspect of the spawn here. Hey, Pixel. Come here, you. Don't resist. Let it happen. Yeah, they're going crazy as naturally. So, just a quick warm-up area, basically. We're going to up here. Have to be careful. Those shotgunners can kill us. They need to die. Thankfully, they don't respawn once we kill them up here. And they're fighting cyborgs, too. If it's a ranged unit up here, you definitely want to kill it from the staircase. It's very dangerous to go in any deeper than this.
You got some sort of plan?
Here he comes. Alright. So the range guys are all dead now, so we can head in. And we actually want to go to semi. To conserve ammo. Yeah, well, I'm actually curious too what they'll do for enemies in the first like enemy patch, right? Alright, we need to get up here. This is a bad spot that we keep staying fighting in. We want to get in our hallway of safety. Mainly because the AI seems to path down here consistently. Alright, so let's get to our hallway. We can loot later, but let's get in our hallway first. Yeah, I'm curious how their cadence is going to be. If they push out a patch at the end of this month, it will be quite surprising. Like, I am curious exactly how long they can keep up, like, the content patch a month thing, if that's their kind of idea, right? Most developers usually can't do that, but I mean, like, if there's a team that can probably do it, I imagine this game could probably do it. Because it's not too harsh on, you know, there's no servers, nothing like that. It seems like every quarter, right? But they might be doing like, so it's a new map every quarter, but it might be new content on top of that every month after that, but we'll just have to see. Because like, right, they did say Gunhead before Christmas, so it kind of alludes to like a new content patch coming before Christmas, at least to unlock Gunhead. Okay, let's go get some of our loot now. So our goal here is twofold. We want to get a lot of alcohol to basically help us with our experience, because we get more experience as we loot more, and then the kills help out too. This is probably a pretty bad spot to be in. And our weight should be about like 1.3k kilograms. And that's when we're about full. And it could have been too, like maybe that was supposed to be part of this update too, Pixel. But they, like, it wasn't ready yet, so they had to like postpone that part of it.
Hey, watch my back. I'm sifting.
Alright. So there's still a lull for right now. They're probably spawned, but they're not aggroed yet, which is why they're not heading down. The respawns here are usually pretty instantaneous. But we'll take the quick pause. Yeah, I kind of honestly wish they didn't lean into a mod system, or at least not in this depth. Mods are cool and all, but like, I don't know. I don't think this game needs like 5,000 mods for every gun. And we do have some guns, right, that don't have any mods at all. But it's always just a bit off-putting, right? When you have to, like, I don't know. It's just weird. It's that, like, just like how Tarkov, right, has its, like, in-depth help system, right? Like, I don't think this game needs that little detail with that or its guns. Like, if they were, maybe remove them from the mod pool or the drop pool, I mean, it's really kind of sad when you loot a corpse and you just find like 3 different optics in it. It's like, okay, well, this feels consequential. And like, it is cool, right? But I would much rather have like weapons that are more interesting than just weapons you can mod. Yeah, and like that's the thing too, right? When you create mods like that, all it does is you have the best and then everything else, and everything else basically becomes vendor trash and bloat. So like that's what you have to keep in mind, like considering the fact that there's like 5,000 different red dots. Like if there was one red dot, one 2 times, one 4 times, maybe like even like a few different options here and there, right? But considering they have like 15 red dots right now, it feels excessive because, you know, you have preferences, right? But at the same time, it just feels so bloaty. It also means too, right? It creates more work for them. Like if they have to go to each optic and make sure they're aligned to make them work. Like, imagine all the extra work that is, right? Having to deal with all that. You have to go to each optic. And make sure it's aligned. Come back here. Alright, we're technically full right now. Which essentially means it's time for us to leave. Yeah, the 50 car being chambered in 50 cal, or the scarf being chambered in 50 cal, and then it, like, not doing any damage. Let's go back to full auto. Yeah, 15 red dots on only 1 Mech for an SPD. Alright. Just drones, nothing else over here. Alright, start you up, we'll take cover. So predominantly this extract will always be drones. And they can be deadly, but you thankfully have just some nice cover nearby. Yeah, all those high damage weapons usually have the issue, right? Is not have magazine capacity. And then you have the VKS, which is just awful. Where'd the drones go? Oh, there's an HK over there.
It's like Christmas came early.
But yeah, nice warm up right there.
Now to open those presents.
12 minutes, 96 kills, 26k experience. Not too shabby. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Some guns are just better. But like at some point though too, like, I don't know. There's different philosophies too, right? In the sense of like this game, I don't think it's trying to be milsimmy. It's trying to just be like a fun game. So they can definitely take a more interesting approach around regards like just balancing like that. Okay, is that enough to level up yet? Yeah, we did. Yay, 11. So if we're getting 26k experience off that, like that seems to be like around the limit we get to, right? It's around 25k per run, or you know, disregarding quests. So let's go over to a Mech Trench. Mech Trench is probably a little bit more dangerous, but what gun do I want on Mech Trench? Probably the same thing, RPK. I wouldn't mind AA-12 eventually, actually. Are you level 3? You are. I can't afford it. Hold on, I can fix this. Hey Grillo, how would you like 50 wines, 35 gins, 44 whiskeys, some cyborg heads? Where are you? What else we got for you to sell? Where's my cyborg heads? There we go, 21 cyborg heads. All right, I fixed it. Though we're definitely not close enough for the AA-12 Big Mag, but it doesn't take very long to farm the AA-12 up though. It's pretty quick, considering what a freaking truck it hits as. We'll bring like 150 for now. We're still gonna mainly rely on our RPK, which means I need to buy more 7.62. I mean, yeah, but like, yeah, it sucks you can't use the painless, but at the same time, like, I do believe that Bagman deserves to have his time in the sun as being the only person who can actually use painless. He deserves it. He's got not much else going for him, though he, like, technically, weirdly enough, would eventually be better. But Maskman just has a better kind of situation, right? Being able to like run a bit faster and having similar HP, but not being as slow. Like, Maskman's a good area where you're just fast enough to be able to get out of danger, but you also have enough HP to not instantly die to that danger. Like Scav Girl, right, is nice because she can run away from things, but if you ever get caught in a bad spot, you don't have really any leeway to get out of that bad spot until you're higher prestige. Masked Man, we've already had a few very close calls with Masked Man, right? A few very close calls. And our HP saved us, so. Alright. Yeah, I think, so the only one I would say is different, and like, if you don't care about the guns at all, I do like Shaman a bit better. Just because he does get 100 extra HP does help versus Scav Girl, and he is really fast, which helps out a lot. But yeah, Masked Man seems to be the best compromise of everything really right now. It's definitely gonna change too, I would say also. Like, out of none of the characters' skill trees really matter that much. The only 3 skills in the game that really help at all are Medical Expert for Old Man, and then Shaman and Bagman have carry capacity upgrades. Like, that's really it. That's all. Like, every other perk tree just kind of sucks. That's quite frankly. So, like, if we ever see a rework of the skill trees, or like an expanding of the skill trees for like Scav Girl, Bagman, so on and so forth, or just all of the characters really, that can change pretty quickly. But for right now, yeah, considering the skill trees don't matter, it's just like who has the best like default items they can have. Yeah, and pretend it helps, yeah. I've never noticed it. Alright, plug pull. Where's the plug pull at? Plug pull! Come on, baby. There we go. I don't usually see cyborgs on this map, I think, but I can, let's see what else I can get. Merkava. There is the EXO one, too, I'm pretty sure, the EOD one. Yeah, EODs, but we're actually looking probably for hunter killers, actually, I guess. Who gives me hunter killer kills? They usually give me, yeah, there we go. It's a great quest to pick up if you're just farming enemies, because you get HKs anyway, so it's literally free. Alright. We have our ammo, we have our meds, we have our shotgun, regions, trenches, entry point, elevator. I mean, it just says 5% accuracy, right? Which I guess it just means it tightens the cone a bit. Yeah, I can't really say, Wilson, what they're gonna do. I have no idea. Because it does seem quite... There's so many different ways I would approach how to do Gunhead that the possibilities are endless. I mean, well, I don't think Saw is better than Painless. You can suppress the Saw, though, which is quite nice. The ammo weighs a lot less too, so like the perks of the Saw over Painless is that you can still have an insane magazine capacity of 300 rounds eventually. So you can have like a very similar magazine capacity to the Painless. It doesn't do as much damage, you know, around like what, 150, 200-ish, the Saw, and then Painless does 300. Painless is like really good DPS. You can't really use an optic on Painless, but like I would say the biggest changes between Painless and the Saw is definitely the silencer, so you don't aggro the entire map. It's probably about it, and the weight of the ammo. You have to bring in a lot of 50 cal if you really want to abuse Painless, and you can do the same with the Saw, but not have it weigh nearly as much. And like typically for Bagman, you don't really need to care, for example, because you are a Bagman, you can carry a lot anyway. But like if you're trying to actually loot as opposed to just kill, shotguns. And this is kind of the point I made in the Tarkov video yesterday when I was just streaming Tarkov, SPC Tarkov. Like, just making the AI hold position as opposed to push me does so much for the difficulty of a game. Like, as opposed to pushing me, if they just held downstairs and just waited for me, it creates a situation, right, where I can't really do anything. I have to actually push into them, which is bad for me, or fall back. Just like that quick change right to the AI, giving them a hold pattern option, would change how the game plays so much. Yeah, essentially Wilson, right? Yeah, it's like, why they just like, you know, the game right now, it's always just like, they aggro, they walk towards you, they push you, and then they die. If they ever just held their position, it makes it so much more awkward for me, and makes it me have to actually think how to approach a situation right. The solution can't just be hold a corner and kill them with a shotgun. Optic one. That we can loot. Now, I will say the downside of doing this over the alcohol is that I don't think the 50 cal is probably as efficient for looting purposes. But hey, it works. Alright, can I close you? Yes, thank God. I have noticed, like, so there used to be a despawn trigger over here for the EXO in the corridor. They've removed that. So the EXO likes to come to this door a lot now, so we have to usually stop that. Hold on, reloading. And weirdly enough, some of these props too, right, have pretty weird hitboxes. Yeah, like the EXO's on the other side of the door now. It wants us. Who would win? One EXO, an EXO or a door? Door wins. It's definitely harder now, but you can mitigate it as long as you know it's coming, right? Just be very careful. Like, close the doors you can. Take what fight you have. And also, MG34's why. I'm not gonna fuck with you. They're not the guys I need. They're not hunter killers, so it's fine. We definitely, okay, we're not gonna go to this room. This room is good to loot and fight in, but once you get HKs, I would say never go into that room. Unless you're okay with dying. I have had so many runs ended in that room. Yeah, the EXO, yeah. The EXO likes to come here a lot. Hello, Cube. Remember, guys, we went from in progress to ready. The map is now ready. We kept the cubes in. We fixed the sound effects on the beat grinder, and we kept the cubes. Let's get this factory started. Go, go, go. Yeah, just like the flying G90s. Alright, where is my hunter-killer friend? That would be funny, right? Like, if you had doors with, like, captchas on it. That would be a really funny Easter egg for, like, there be, like, a hidden door somewhere that has a captcha. Alright, where are the HKs at? My light's on. Where is HK? HK. Maybe we're gonna attack him next time. Hey, Jedbull. Not much. Just continuing the farm. We're currently farming a mech trench. We're at level 11 currently. It's just gonna be stuck somewhere. No, they go around it on the grinder room. Usually don't get into fights down there though. And usually if you do get into fights, it's from the outside like walkway area essentially. All Alright. I want to kill the HKs, but I don't see the HKs. Alright, that's done. Give me your alcohol. All right, let's see if the HQ's made any headway. Sometimes it will like respawn too if you get too far away from it. There it is. Perfect. Oh, it's aggroing a lot over there. Is that 3 HKs or just? Hold on. All right, let's get into the position. The railing, so impervious. There's the HK, okay. Alright, first HK's dead. Let me loot your body. I saw it. There we go. That's one. Hello. I want to kill more people. We'd open this door like so. I want to go open this door and fight, but I've died too many times in this hallway to think it's a good option. Like it actually feels like a trap. Like they'll spawn behind me. Yeah, here they come. Right? I thought about going down the hallway. Now here they come behind me again. I'm getting a lot of single units too. It's just kind of weird. All right, there's the HK. Yeah. We broke its pathing by closing the door, so now it's trying to go around like the world's longest way. All right, well, bye HK. We'll see you later. All right, we're close to full now. We're like 1.3k is about our weight limit, but we do have a lot of shotgun shells though too. So we're probably at our limit for loot. I just need one more HK part real quick. That beefy 5,000 experience. Hey, random. Meat. Oh, wait, it was walking over here, but this door is closed. Was it going to go all the way around? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, ever since the update, the weights seemed a bit wonky. I'm not sure how actually accurate it is, because it does feel pretty weird. You didn't drop one for me? That's so rude. I mean, who doesn't love meat? Ignore the right. Doesn't love a good old meat grinder. It's mystery meat. No one knows what's in mystery meat. And who doesn't love fingernail chips? If you didn't know, by the way, the chips in the bags, like you know how they have potato chips? That's not potatoes, it's fingernails. It's canon now. chips are made of fingernails. Yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah, as long as you're willing to play stealthy and abuse the mechanics they currently give you, dog isn't too bad on cemetery now. It's just kind of like the biggest issue being it forces you to play in a certain way every time you play cemetery. All right, there's some HKs over here. Like, it's perfectly doable to play the way they want you to on cemetery, but like it makes the map kind of monotonous. Or not kind of, it's monotonous. All right, before I loot all the bodies, let me get this HK guy over here, and hopefully he has what we need. Yep, there we go, we're good. All right, so we'll loot and leave. All right, we're full. Yeah, we did quite a few cemeteries. Not today, but last stream we did like 3 or 4 of them.
Fresh and hard.
All we had to do right though is like all you need to do to play that map is just have attack cam and just avoid the pathing of the dog. And it's like, you know, once you know what doors he goes into, you can just go past those doors and be fine. Like the key to not pissing off the dog on the map is just not fighting anything. It will still try to get to you or path to you sometimes, like move to your area, but it will get stuck in certain doorways and then you just don't shoot to piss it off more and you're fine. No, Maiden Tunnel is actually a mistake. Hold on here. We'll just do the map actually. So we'll go over the map in a second too. All right, character not leveled up yet. It's not great for experience, but it is a nice little change of pace. So we don't really need any ammo for this run. We'll bring in a little bit though, just in case we need to fight like some regular units. 762, we'll bring in like, well, no, 180. Consumables, we'll bring in like 5 of these. And the biggest thing we're gonna bring in attack cam. You have everything. We don't really need a shotgun. We can keep it on though, but we're not gonna use it at all. So we're gonna spawn pipes. So there is. I'll just go over and do the map actually. So there's a few weird quirks going on with the map right now, and maybe they'll fix it. Maybe they'll not. We'll have to see. I mean, if they were playing Alien Isolation and designing Cemetery, they forgot to give you a lot of tools in Alien Isolation to help you avoid the dog. And the problem is too, because the weird janky pathing with dog, it's actually more confusing than it normally would be. Alright, that's unfortunate. Now, it doesn't come in here unless it's prompted, usually. I don't think it usually comes in here. Famous last words. I've never seen it come up this staircase over here. Alright, and so there's 2 doorways, one down here on the left-hand side, and one down here on the right. You can lock it into here, but weirdly enough, too, this bottom left doorway, it can only get through so much. It can get to the rafters, but it can't get past the rafters. And the whole goal here, right, is like, we're not fighting anything, right? And weirdly enough, too, not a lot of units spawn on the map anymore outside of, like, unless you have a very particular quest to spawn units, or you have the Night Baron, which spawns a lot of cultists, you generally don't have a lot of guys to fight on this map. Alright, so we're gonna let it pat down a little bit more. And now we'll open the door. And we sprint. Now, hopefully I can close this door. If I can't close this door, I can just move on. All right. Perfect. I don't know if I can get down into this area. I don't know if the doors are closed. So, this map has a weird natural barrier. It's kind of convoluted. And it doesn't make a lot of sense why it can't do it. This doorway here, this one and this one below it, it cannot get through, even if it's open. So like if this door was open, this door was open, it will come to right here and it will get stuck or not pass through it. Now, it doesn't feel like that's intentional at all. And it does seem to want to follow you, right? It seems to like, the coding in it right now seems to want it to follow you to certain areas. It doesn't know that you're there yet, but it seems to be like, it wants to be this persistent threat, right? And so it's supposed to follow you to different areas when you're moving to different areas and not necessarily know you're there, but just become a hunter in that area. But for right now, when it spawns, when you spawn on pipes, it gets stuck in this area. So it can't get through this door no matter what. If it's closed or open, cannot get through it. Same thing with this door. And also, these two doors over here, this one and this one, it can't get through also. So you have this very weird barrier right now on the map when you spawn pipes that even if it could get through, it can't. So like it can't get through that door right here, come through here and get into the sewer line, but past that, it can't actually get into the main atrium. So when you spawn on the actual other spawn point on this map, it spawns on this side of the barrier instead, meaning that it kind of can patrol all of this area you would probably like to loot. Which personally means I prefer to spawn pipes because I can lock it into that section. And keep in mind too, one big thing also that changed this patch, these small doors do not aggro things anymore with their sound. The big doors still do. So be very cautious about that. Big double door makes sound, small door, no sound. And because it's now cordoned off in that area, because I know it can't path to me, all I need to do now is just not fight things, which is pretty easy because you'll see 3 guys here patrolling around, which are pretty easy to avoid, and then you'll have some riders in the other subway tunnel or other tunnel, and then you're good. So yeah, like the problem is, right, and then it's like, even though you can play around the dog, it means that this map essentially plays the same no matter what you do. Because the only unit you're ever fighting is dog on it early, or trying to avoid his dog, it just makes it kind of monotonous. And I could play it different, right, too? If I wanted to, I could go more guns blazing, but like, the game punishes you for that, right? Because the dog gets a lot more aggressive when you start fighting things. And sometimes the dog will occasionally teleport inconsistently past the barrier. Hey, Darknut. Weirdly enough, apparently, IEDs will affect the pathing of dog. I haven't tried it exactly yet, but it does seem that you can actually use IEDs to, you know, influence where the dog goes. It will try to naturally avoid the IEDs. Alright. I still need to find the book, actually. I didn't find the book yet. Might be over there. We'll go take a look. We are doing it just for a quest, Kyle. So we have the Free from the Shadows quest that we were doing. It'd be cool in the future if they help your scav rip out a lot, too. Because they do occasionally spawn on maps without doing that. Or without having the quest. Yeah, I mean, aesthetically the map is super cool, it just is really janky right now. And like, the biggest thing I mentioned in my video about the map too is like, I just want to see more variety. Like, if this is supposed to be like the survival horror map or the horror map, it needs to have more going on with it, right? Like, remember, all horror games, like, if the enemy is persistent, like, the trick with the enemy, right, is to have it in different areas. So you see that they aggroed that. Is have it in different areas, right? So you have a different experience with that AI in different areas. So like my personal opinion, right, is like lean into it as a survival horror map. Have it be a map with a ton of variations to it. Like you don't need to have like, you know, night and day. You can just have different variants of the map with different kind of themes to it. So you can like do like a more GTFO style map, right, where you have like a bunch of like, you know, cyber or a bunch of like sleeping units, and the goal is still stealth, right? But the output of failing the stealth is different. It's now like a horde shooter or more Left 4 Dead-y, right? And so your punishment for like, you know, breaking stealth isn't insta death with the cyborg dog. It's more of a, you are now in this horde shooter being swarmed by cyborgs. They'll keep coming. Your goal is now to escape. And I think a big aspect of that too, right, is they need to make the doors destructible for sure. The doors, the arbitrary barrier of doors is very limiting in what they can do because they always have to plan around doors now. So I think doors should be destructible for sure. And like maybe not by all units by any means, but by some units. Okay, so the logbook spawns here or over there. It could be back over there with the dog. It's not worth it in my opinion, because why would I risk that? But yeah. All right, I just want some loot and can leave. I want some more loot. Keep moving. I'll follow around back to this room, I think. Yeah, there's no mystery to dog, right? And like my whole thing too is like, even if there's a mystery to dog, or like even if you all know about dog, you know the ways to break dog. And like, if you're gonna have a unit like dog that's supposed to be like present on the map and supposed to be a horror element, it needs to have free reign over the map, and it probably needs to have like for example, right, the alien, sorry, the vents. Well, so two things: the tac cam removes a lot of the mystery of the dog, and also the alien in isolation, right, has ways of, you know, moving about the map that you necessarily aren't familiar with or know perfectly, right? The vents and other little things in the map, right? Like, when the alien goes into the vents, right, it will still usually play by the rules, but if it ever needs to break that rules to move around and teleport, it can do so. And generally speaking, right, Alien Isolation does a great job of, like, making sure the alien follows, like, it doesn't break any laws, it doesn't teleport or anything like that, but they have the means of moving it around the map quickly via vents. If you get seen, it will break that mission. If I shoot anything, it will break it too. And like, that's the point I made also in the video. You in the rest of the video. Go watch my video on the grabber. I don't understand or not. I don't think I mentioned it, actually. I cut that part out because it was a bit too much. Having the dog start in a dormant state some of the times would be interesting. And it like, so if the dog had 4 states, right? It had a dormant state, a patrolling state, like a hunting state, and like a combat state. Starting the dog out in the passive state will mean you can basically get your first mulligan for free if you piss off the dog, right? So your first combat, your first time making a large sound, it wakes up the dog. The dog now howls or does something to indicate that you have woken the dog from this dormant state. It is now patrolling the map, you know. It is now aware someone is here who's not supposed to be here. And the next state for that, right, is the passive state where it's patrolling around looking for people. And then if you make more sound, it starts investigating the area where you're at. The dog does care because the dog doesn't care that you shoot grunts. The dog cares that you make sound. So like, even when you shoot a suppressor on the map, the dog begins to care. If the dog had the ability to pass through the map properly, you just shooting or being in combat is enough to draw the dog to your area and have it begin to murder you. If you fight for a very long time in the HM against cultists, it will generally result in the dog murdering the fuck out of you if it could get to you. Which is usually why spawning on this side is bad, because it doesn't have pathing issues on this side to get into the atrium. Really? All right, the more you know, mantling is bad. To be fair, it's like only 1,000 experience quests, I think, right? Or like 500 or 1,000. It's not a big loss.
Remember, we're already dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad for loot, but like it's a lot of work for not a lot. Considering what I can do in other maps to get experience, like it's risk versus reward too, right? Like I think they need to realize that with a lot of their maps right now. That map has inherently a lot of risk to it with the dog, but there's nothing on that map currently that justifies me going there other than the cool factor, right? Like, and that's a big thing with a lot of the maps too, right? Is some maps will have quests that like push you toward that map, but there's not like any unique areas on a map or unique loot pools on a map that wants to push you in the direction of doing that map for a reason, right? Like there's no themes for a map currently. Like for example, if Mech Trenches was the I need food map because of the meat grinder, if you needed food, right, it might push you toward Mech Trenches. Where if Mesa, right, Mesa always had good aspects of water, perhaps. If you needed water, it might push you more toward Mesa. But like none of the maps have that currently in regards to their loot pools or the things that are on the map loot-wise. So like it's literally just of what's a better map or what's a quest I want to do, and I go to that map for that, right? Which is mainly all of the quest rewards are guns right now, right? So it's really a question of, oh, do I want this cool gun? I need to go do this object on this map. And I think that's a big factor with a lot of maps right now is they don't feel the risk versus reward for a lot of the maps feel out of whack because the loot pools for the maps are all the same. And so if Underground Cemetery had like some really nice loot in it or a reason to go there, it would make the risk versus reward a bit more rewarding, right? It's like, oh, I have to deal with the dog, but I get this nice cool object out of going to Cemetery perhaps. And I don't have that right now. All right, so we have done our farm on Mesa and Trenches. We haven't done Mausoleum or Nexus yet. So I guess we're due for Nexus. All right, so the big thing with Nexus, go to our vendors. Would be very concerned about the grenade launcher boys, which basically means we want to use a GM6 or a NWT to help kill them. Let's go to our character here, skills, HRF training. And so we will bring this on. And I'm not like the biggest, like the only reason I'm bringing this really is to help deal with the really scary grenade launcher boys if they spawn on this map, because they are indeed very scary. All right, where is my 762 at? I am blind. There we are. It's right here. Yeah, and I think it might be too. I haven't got an HK grabber yet, and naturally I'm not going to experiment on permadeath. But I think, Ben, it's also just the HK variant on Cemetery. I think that's like the thing, right? Is they up the HK. It does feel like too, like a precursor to a rework of the HK AI, which is neat. I'll give them that. So like one of your punishments, right, is getting the HK Stalker, which means it one-shots you. Thanks, Wilson, I appreciate it. Yeah, those drones are nasty. You were not wrong. All right, quest-wise. Discover the truth. Can definitely do areas I didn't call brawlers. I think we only get... This feels out of whack, considering how dangerous brawlers are. 500 experience? Ugh. We're not doing Icon at all. I don't feel like dying with Icon. Not worth the risk. I guess this works. It probably works. All right, scrap here at Nexus. We have our meds. We have. Well, let's bring a few extra meds too. We have our meds. We have our ammo, and we should be good. Yeah, they did do a rework so far on them. Like, they did equalize them a lot. So, like, a lot of the shittier quests got a bit better, and a lot of the really good quests got nerfed a bit. But they're still in this weird area, right? Like, they condensed them or kind of gave them a baseline. Okay, we have this. Okay, we have the Europa variant.
Just one more run.
So we have the variant that's most likely not going to have Brawler spam or the Eurasian, or sorry, your Ruskin grenade launcher boys, which is quite nice. Hey, Bob. Yes. No, it's just that, yeah, if we ever die, the poor guys gets deleted. We have one life. Probably just the quests, right? You actually, weirdly enough, want XM25s anyway. So you kind of just farm XM25s off quests, and the quests you can do quite a bit. You get XM25 off the kill the HK's quest, which you can do pretty easily. So the reason why I'm saying use the XM25 over the regular grenade launcher right now, there's an issue with the regular grenade launcher where the explosions don't seem to proc all the time, and that's not the case for the XM25. So for consistency's sake of knowing that your grenades work, I recommend actually using just an XM25. There's something weird going on with the grenade launcher and its explosion procs. All right, there's drones. Switch guns. All right, should be one more wave. Could be drones, could be infantry, probably infantry. Yeah, there they are. Yeah, there's something very weird going on with the regular grenade launcher, so don't use it. You can still use it, but like expect like your grenades to only work half the time. Yeah, the impact still works, so like if you thonk someone with the damage, it will still do that 1k impact, but for some reason like the explosion damage sometimes doesn't happen with it. Which is like kind of what you want, right? The explosion. Yeah, that tracks. It's very weird. And I don't know if it affects the M79 too. I feel like yes, but I haven't tested it all that much. But I know the XM25 actually works, so. We only got 4 to 5, damn it. All right. Now, I don't know 100% that your Rusk guys don't spawn this map. Is there a sniper up top? Okay, we're good. Wait, hold on. Sniper or no sniper? You're just infantry. Yeah. So, the big armor boys, if they ever say officer, be scared for your fucking life. When the big guys say officer, yeah, you should be very scared. So this orangey variant, like the dusk variant, I guess if you want to call it, this will have your opens and your Ruskins fighting predominantly. Very little Eurasia units, but just be cautious because it can roll over to you. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting eventually, right? When they actually get grenade launchers working on attachments. Actually, go down here first. We should find the crate down here. Okay, there's the supply crate.
As perfect as any of them.
Yeah, Mass Man's great. If you want to use all the guns in the game, so like Old Man, you do get access to the heavy rifles, but like if you want to like have experience with all the guns in the game, definitely try Mass Man. If you want a faster character, you can try Scav Girl or Shaman. If you want fast, but we're kind of like restrained on the weapons they can use, Scav Girl or no, Shaman. If you want to have access to all of the guns and kind of have a similar play style to Old Man, Mass Man's great. And then if you want to be like a big beefy boy that has access to Painless, which is like the only HMG in the game right now, heavy machine gun in the game, there's Bagman. But like I think Mass Man's like a good first step over Old Man. Having access to all of the guns does feel nice. Yeah, the only weapon that I cannot use as Mass Man is the HMGs, which is exclusive to Bagman, which is, it's fine. Like, it's a cool gun to use, but like, it's a novel gun. What do you mean you're surprised? How dare you? What do you mean, Mass Man, you're surprised that he's alive? We'll never die. We can never die. Speaking of never dying. Oh, hey guys. Don't mind me. What the fuck? Why did you aggro after you passed me? They do in fact mind. Now occasionally, so we have discovered the truth. I have had this issue before, right? Where no matter what you do to discover the truth, it doesn't want to spawn, which is fine. It is what it is. We've hit up every crate on the map, so... Wait, there's one more right here. Nickel crate or regular crate? Alright, time to leave. Do you have parts? You do not. Yeah, they're popping off over there. Hey, Schizo. Yeah, it is really quite nice. Headshots will consistently kill things now. Like on all guns. I imagine they'll do something like that eventually. All of the loot. Give me all of your loot. I'm gonna tell you right now, by the way, I don't think loot all is probably long for this world. Maybe they keep it. I don't know, or they might nerf it, but like, out of all of the things in the game that probably need to be changed for the sake of actually having the game be more tense, the looting is probably a bit too easy. Casually shoving thousands of kilograms of like stuff into your bag at Mach 1, probably a bit too good. I just can't see it lasting. Oh, all the alcohol. Yeah, it's just a bit too efficient, right? Like, there's definitely a lot of tense situations, right, that arise from trying to loot something in an area where you probably shouldn't be, and you're just, like, trying to get the stuff that you want, but you also are trying to not die. And it, like, introduces that risk versus reward, right? Like, do I head over here and loot the bodies, knowing that I could potentially die? There's always that kind of like dilemma, right, when you actually have to like take time looting things. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be a trade-off, right, like in the sense of you can loot all faster, but the fact that it's instant is kind of a lot. It's actually not. We are so close. It's kind of unfortunate that we're that close. We're gonna max out before we can actually get everything done. Where's my AA-12? There you go. Seven 6-2. Mech trench. If we get the pilot, not Mech trench, mausoleum. If we get the quests done for this real quick, we might just leave and get their prestige up before we actually fight a lot. It depends if we get mech reg done or not. Yeah, John Font, I like, so there's a difference between fast and instant, right? I don't mind it being much faster than looting all, or like looting manually, right, John? But it's a bit, I still think it's a bit too fast. Like, it doesn't need to be slow. It doesn't need to be as slow as regular looting needs to be. There should be that option still, but it's too easy.
I don't have a
Like, me being able to just hit like 20 bodies in the span of 10 seconds by just doing the shift thing, the shift space, is a bit too easy. I'm not saying they should remove loot all, but it just needs to be a little bit less easy to do so. If they remove, honestly, if they remove the tab functionality, that seems fine too. Like, the tabbing makes it too easy almost. Like, moving your cursor could be all the fact that they need to do to make it like more fair or like less easy. Just removing the ability to tab. All right, so our pilot's probably over here, which means the pilot's probably gonna be dead before we get to it. No, we're good. Hey, pilot. And I mean, like, I wouldn't mind too, like a trade-off, for example, also, like, say, for example, your large item slot, you had a fucking vacuum, and you would just, like, run by corpses. It would pick up some of the loot from corpses. So, like, you literally have a vacuum that just sucks up items from corpses. Or a magnet, maybe a magnet too. I can see a magnet being a thing. Now, probably a few issues with it in regards to like your backpack being metal, but that's a lot of red dots. But like, that's kind of how it feels though, Dragon, right? It's, you say stealth looting, but like, when I can just run by 10 bodies, hit shift tab in all of them, and loot them in 10 seconds, like, is that not just being basically a vacuum already? Like, you are effectively already a vacuum at that point. Fucking respawns. Alright, we need to get in their hole. This is dangerous. The respawns here are way too aggressive. Alright, let's get in the bunker. Safety bunker. I can see that too, Dragon, like, right? If there was a trade-off for loot all, I could see that too. I'd be much more okay with something right now. The problem is it's just like, there's no reason not to do it. Like, sure, you don't see the loot, but like, that's not much of a downside when trying to loot fast. It's not even that the snipers hurt. The snipers are terrifying. It's also just a respawn point around here. I can see that too now. They're like, there needs to be like a trade-off for loot all. There's never a situation where you just wouldn't do it.
You got some sort of plan?
Oh, I'm button. Nope. So we were basically maxed out anyway, so we're just gonna leave. Our quests are done, so no reason for us to stay here. And mainly because too, like we're so close to max out anyway, prestige-wise, that like we're gonna hit max anyway, so no reason to stay. Don't mind me.
I can't do the calculations. And phone stop shaking. Must not be a good sign.
It is literally murder with the game. Hey, Mecat, how's it going? But yeah, it is literally murder hobo the game. And that's fair, 30, right? Like, that is the downside, right? You're just, like, throwing everything in your bag. So, like, if you don't want to pick up all the junk, that's perfectly fair. It's just a bit too easy at the moment. And I could see, like, right, too, like, now they're just having... They will need to, like, relay it pretty well in regards to what it does, but it would be interesting, right, if, like, having loot being unidentified maybe has it take up more space than it normally would. Like a space penalty. Not a lot, but like a 15% or something like that would be enough. But like, I'm not sure how you convey that to a player easily. Alright, so we're now currently at Prestige 12. We're at 45k experience needed. Okay. So basically, no matter what we like, so this is 2 runs on like a very aggressive map. So if we go, let's go back to Mesa for a second too. Let's get our AA12 leveled up. Bring like 200-ish rounds of AA12 because we're gonna farm it up here at a tie level. So bring our RPK ammo too. But definitely Mesa, the time to go here now. And let's see, regions here, Mesa, and let's get some quests done too. Mainly just kill people. Where are you at? Yeah. Some of the pain part 1. There's usually a quest too for just killing cyborgs also. That works. There we go. Perfect. All the quests that we want. So, meds, ammo, regions, Mesa, entry point, streets. Maybe, like, I don't know what, there's different solutions for it too, right? Like, it's not like necessarily a giant problem too, and it's more probably a personal opinion than anything else for me. It just feels a bit too easy for me. It doesn't need to be hard either though, but it's like a why would I ever not do this sort of thing. I mean, I'm always a sucker for Mesa. I like Mesa quite a lot. I don't really like Enclave anymore. I rarely play Enclave. Mausoleum, if they could fix the performance on Mausoleum, like Mausoleum has a bit of few, so there's two issues with Mausoleum, right? The performance is kind of bad on Mausoleum, like relative to the rest of the maps, which is a big thing. And also Mausoleum, even when it has bad performance, has really aggressive level of detail adjustments, right? So like, the fact that I can't stand on top of the pipes area and look down and see a nice full view of the map and good detail kind of pulls me out a bit. The LOD on that map is very aggressive considering the performance of that map. So I want to like Mausoleum, but it has too many things going against it visually right now for me to actually purely enjoy it. Mesa is good. Like Mesa is nice though. Like the LOD, right? Like the crawler still looks good. The bunker still looks good. Like there was this dust kind of obscuring it, but like if I compare this viewpoint right now to Mausoleum, the Mausoleum's LOD is so much more aggressive than this map's. And for those unfamiliar, LOD is level of detail, and essentially as things get farther and farther away, you have different variations of the model with different levels of detail. And as the model gets farther and farther away from the player, you start changing the model or the view down to less and less polygons, to basically reduce the strain on the computer, right? Because naturally, if something's really far away, you don't need to render it in full detail. That's just wasting performance, right? And that's a big part of making maps like perform well. And considering Mausoleum's performance right now, how aggressive and how low poly the models are on that map farther away, it feels really weird. So there's something on that map sucking the performance out of it that makes it like kind of just like it's really cool when you're in small areas like pipes, for people. When you're at pipes and you're only at pipes in Mausoleum, it looks great. But like once you cross that hill on Mausoleum, or I'm sorry, on pipes, it just Now we're gonna wait for them to pass by. So yeah, definitely Mesa's my favorite map by far. It might have been Mech Trench, but like I was actually really surprised they didn't do a variant for Mech Trench. So Mech Trench now suffers the same exact fate as Cemetery right now, where basically it plays the same no matter what you do practically, right? Like Underground Cemetery and Mech Trenches suffer from the same issue of being pretty monotonous. Yeah, I can do that too. Like that I will say, I would much rather see stuff like that being inventories rather than 500 red dots. Like that's always a big issue for me, like in like the sense of why does like this person dropping. It's same thing with MMOs, right? Which is kind of like why I like Ashes. It feels weird when what enemies drop doesn't match what you think they should drop, right? Like for example, in an MMO, right? Why does this wolf have a long sword inside of it, right? Whenever I have that in an MMO, it immediately removes me from the ambiance of the game and it pulls me out of it. So like, okay, I'm playing a game. Got it, understood. This wolf drops a long sword. And it's why I like games like Ashes and other games that actually have loot appropriate to what you're murdering feel so much more immersive, right? So for example, in Ashes, if you want to farm a staff, go kill an NPC with the staff. They might drop the staff. If you want a sword and shield, go attack a guy with a sword and a shield. He might drop those. He's not going to drop you a magical wand. He's going to drop you a sword or a shield. It'd be cool if the same thing was just in this game, right? Where the enemies actually drop things that make sense to what they actually would have. And when a unit has 15 red dots in their inventory, it feels real weird. And I know they basically, they canonize this, right? In the sense of like, okay, so now cyborgs are alcoholics? Okay, sure, that tracks, got it. if there's a theme now where like cyborgs now carry alcohol because they're alcoholics, because they're trying to cope with the fact that they're cyborgs. That's perfectly fair. So yeah, I would love to see more, on Tier's point, I would love to see more like themed junk loot for certain factions, right? Yeah, it was bizarre, right? And then they basically canonized it, like, you know, it was very weird. And, you know, they just made it, you know, it's canon, right? Okay, yeah. The cyborgs carry alcohol because they are actually coping with the fact that they're cyborgs. Understood. And I'm not saying like everything in the game needs to make sense too, but like they should probably do something storytelling wise or in-game lore wise to really make the fact right that there are AIs. Like I didn't know this until I looked at the lore, right? Third-party source, or I think I was told from it. Like there are AI fab factories, right, where the AI just pumps out equipment and ships it off to be used in war. And for those unfamiliar with AIs, right, at a certain point, you basically like, you know the ins that you're putting into the system to train the AI, and you know what it's outputting, but you don't, at a certain point, you no longer know how the AI is interpreting your ins and providing your outs. It's a black box. And so if they leaned into that more and made it much more of a story element, or like an element where they like kind of relay into the game in the sense of all of these AIs are now producing these weapons of war, and they're iterating and they're creating new weapons of war too, and we don't know how they function anymore. It's been so long, they just pump out stuff and we use it for killing the other factions, right? And so that's how you lure away a bunch of weird items and weird quirky things, right? In the sense of the AI is now making these. I don't know why it is, but I guess we'll use them. And that could be the case with like, you know, junk items, right? In the sense of, you know, the AI is making this junk item, right? We don't know why it's making this junk item, but it is. So like, you know, give it to the troops, I guess. Like, say for example, right, that the AI got twisted and it basically, like, we have those weird teddy bears, right? But say for example, the AI makes a radio in the shape of like, you know, a doll, or the AI makes a radio in the shape of like a fire truck, like a little toy fire truck, right? And so you have this weird item that's basically junk, but it's a radio. We don't know why the AI makes this, but it is, so we have it. Let's give it to some troops, make them happy. I get to that too, Ben, right? In the sense of like, yeah, it's like it's literally a it's a game for the AI at this point. Like everything's so in motion now that like no one has control of everything. It's just the AI is providing weapons of war, and like we're in this weird cycle. Come on, guys. Am I full? Yeah, full. Yeah. All right, time to leave. Yeah, it's that 2 tier, right? that they are oversupplied with mods. I do actually enjoy the vertical recoil in this game quite a bit. It's not like uncontrollable, but it does give you a quick shake when you're done with it. I mean, things are still dangerous. Like, range infantry are much more dangerous now. Like, you can get overexposed now for sure if you try to be too crazy with it. The infantry do hurt a lot more.
Another day, oh, another dollar.
Yeah, I wouldn't try the ruins. The ruins, I would never spawn bunker on this map. Bunker, no. Yeah, bunker is no go. Bunker is a very bad area to spawn in. I honestly just like avoid bunker like the plague too on this map. Bunker is an area that like is interesting because it has a lot of loot, but because the rest of the map has a lot of loot also, you generally don't have to go to bunker to get good loot on the map. Like that's the whole thing, right? Is like bunker is a high risk area, but the reward isn't actually there to go to bunker. Hey, Mr. Goose. Yeah, happy Friday. All right, we should have the AA-12 hopefully unlocked now in regards to our better magazine. I think it's Gorilla who sells it. Let me go view parts. Mag. Is it him? There we go. Yeah, AA-12. Yes, I want the big magazine. Thanks. Come here, you. We have now solved all our problems forever with the giant AA-12 with 32 rounds. .762, we'll bring like 300 or so. We can lean on both. And I'm feeling some plug pull. Yeah, like that's a big part too of it also. I kind of find the fact that you can just like immediately grab like ready water off. It's super convenient how all the water is stored in perfectly sized containers for us to pick up and leave with. I weirdly enough think it would be much more interesting if we had, so as opposed to like maybe you could still pick up water on map, but it's much rarer, right? Like finding an actual readily available small container of water is a nice treat that you don't always get. But I would much prefer, right, if you actually had to like bring an empty water container on your rig and like go siphon water from things. Like say for example, right, on Mesa, right, the bunker had a giant water reserve you can go siphon water out of, but naturally bunker is very dangerous, right? And so you bring your water container to bunker and you have to fill it up, and then like doing so attracts attention, right? It would make water feel much more like impactful and important in the sense of, oh hey, yeah, I need to go, you know, extract water from something and it's insanely dangerous. That could be a big thing too, right? In regards to like cemetery. The cemetery had an easy area for like pumping water, but like you always have to be cautious about dog because like, you know, dog gets attracted from you pumping water. I think that like I'm not against changing water too, but I definitely think the idea of having to like bring in something to pump water out with is really nice. And I do think too, right? Imagine this. you have your water container, right? You fill it up, but you're in combat, and you're running away, and so you expose your back and your water container to getting shot. And so as you're leaving, you're taking bullets to your back, and you're seeing the holes being put into your water container, and you see the water you just painstakingly pumped out of the ground, or whatever surface it was in, right, start to leak out of your actual container. And so you're now in a race against time to actually extract with an actual amount of water before it gets drained. All right, regions. Flagpole, probably just want to do, what's it called? Hunt the hunters, and then... It sounds like a tense time, right? And it rewards you for being stealthy too, right? So like, if you're stealthy, naturally you get to keep all of your water, you're not getting shot in the back. Or you could take the option too, right? In the sense of, you know there's water on your back now, so you don't run, you just fight. Looking for... trenches, elevator. Zemer, hell no what? Hell no to that? I haven't listened to every single part of the OST, so I don't actually know. What I wouldn't know the song name. I can see that too, Demon. It is interesting too, right? How like a lot of the water, like there's a lot of water in this area of back trenches too, right? But like conveniently right above where they condense people into paste. Yeah, Booter for sure. Yeah, I mean like there should be trade-offs, right? Like I don't need that's unfortunate, that's broken. Like risk versus reward, like I'm not saying water should be impossible to get, but I like the aspect, like, maybe there should be like different levels of water too, like dirty water, clean water, so on and so forth. Like different levels of water too, toxic water, like dirty water, clean water. And behind me, okay, now we're good. Well, also, Zemer, keep in mind too, like, this is part of a system also. I personally don't think water death should be a thing. Or rather, I don't think it should be a thing that's a time, that's a clock. I don't like the fact that it's a clock that keeps ticking for water death. I much prefer to actually have, like, more mechanical things in game. I don't like the current system at all, really. I would much prefer water to be much more of a currency as opposed to like a thing that just eventually kills you. And if it is supposed to be like more of a thing that kills you, it should be much more like of your lives as opposed to a countdown. Why is every door broken? Yeah, hot dog water would be I mean, you could also have too like meat water, right? Your trusty meat water, your red water. I'm sorry, friend. It's time to go to sleep. Yeah, I can see that too, like, right, in the sense of, like, yeah, your reward for going to high-risk areas, Demon, being, like, those very conveniently sized water containers. So, like, you can have that kind of thing, right, in the sense of, okay, if you want readily available packed water containers, it's in a high-risk area. If you want to siphon water, it's, like, in a medium-risk area, right? Or, sorry, if you, like, want to pump water, it's in medium-risk areas, right? If you want to siphon water from corpses, it takes time, but, like, you can do it in any area, right, that has corpses in it, right? Trade-offs like that. Time, convenience, so on and so forth, risk. Ah, yes, you were saying they buffed the AI. I mean, they are deadlier, though, right? But nothing is more deadly than a frickin' 32 round shotgun. Give me your loot. These damn MG34s, bad. No HK is either. Hold on, let's do the HK summoning ritual. I would like to summon the HKs. I apologize in advance for your hearing. Alright, we're good. Is there a drone in here? Sir? Sir? You're defying physics. Get out of the ceiling. Oh, those are just EODs. Those weren't HKs. I mean, to be fair, irregular HKs too are a joke, but yeah. I would love to see more robots like that too, like the Roombas or like, you know, mech bots. Like, I would love to see more like ambient, not creatures per se, but they're kind of taking the role of creatures. So naturally you wouldn't have wildlife, right? But like I can see small little like robots here and there. Something like that, like little crawlers, little insects, like little robotic insects that go around the map doing things. And they're much more of an ambiance piece than anything else. Like, and that's also too, like, right, I know, like, right now, I believe the night variants of the maps are when, like, Europa loses, basically. But it would be cool, too, if, like, there was reasons why you don't see Europans at night right now. Like, for example, like, if there was insect swarms at night that's, like, deployed by Eurasia or Euruska, and then, like, they're super deadly, which is why no one goes on the surface during the night, but they can't be out during the day because of, you know, EM. The sun, basically. Vampire robots, yeah. So it gives, like, a good lore reason why, in the sense of, like, going out at night is, you know, dangerous, but profitable, because there's not a lot of enemies outside, because it's really only, like, very dangerous, you know, cybernetic or, like, you know, mechanical units. So, the HKs do a weird thing to nearby units. If the HK is nearby other units, they will also draw their aggro to you. Yeah, basically locusts, right, Mr. Grooves? And so, HKs are dangerous because they will essentially aggro additional units to you if they're nearby other units, which is basically their most dangerous aspect. Let me loot. There's too many freaking things here. But yeah, I mean, like, for example, Mother Courage right now is a, what's it called? Mother Courage is a, recycler unit. I would love to see more recycling units like that during the night shift variants, or just in general, right? What if instead of, like, despawning... Okay, imagine this. Right now, they despawn infantry. After a while, what if instead of despawning an infantry, they actually had a unit or something like that that would actually come by and, like, almost meatify or, like, basically, like, eat the unit, or, like, disassemble the unit, right? Granted, naturally a giant pain probably, right? But, like, in regards to ambiance, imagine how cool that would be to actually have a lore-wise reason why things despawn, because they're literally being disassembled by, like, you know, little bots for recycling. Let me loot you. Oh, I hate guns so much. Alright, we need to pull an HK that's like a spot that's actually safe. Oh, that's convenient. So we can actually loot their body. Yeah, essentially mini mamas, right? But like you have these little swarms, these little ant swarms, these little insect swarms that come by and start disassembling dead bodies. And then like the ones they can't disassemble, right, are left for moms. There we go. We're good. We still don't have a lot of loot yet, actually. All right, be careful about the death hallway. This hallway has killed me before. Yeah, mites, I can see that too, right? The little mites are, what's it called, a toothy? I actually don't know how it's powered. I imagine nuclear, maybe solar, but I imagine probably all nuclear powered for the AI factories.
Check those corners.
Yeah, like so you have little cyborgs that come by thrifty and start playing the Oompa Loompa song. But like grimdark.
At least we made it.
Hey, Mr. Gramps. All right. So plenty of murder there. It definitely seems like the best experience-wise, though, is we can get consistently 25k on Mesa. We didn't stay there for very long, though, but like, it seems like because Mesa spawns units so quickly, it's just really nice for farming. There we go. 13, oh boy. We're over halfway there. Apparently Pixel Eurasia still has farms, like indoor farms, I guess, but yeah. There's no outdoor growing of crops anymore, so it'll also be done indoor. I'm pretty sure the atmosphere has been basically shot to shit, so like all the radiation from the sun's coming in. Naturally, we still have a magnetosphere, that's what it's called, I think. But yeah, we still have that, but like all of the ozone's basically fucking gone, I imagine. Which means, oof, sun rays. Make sure you bring your sunscreen. Or just don't expose your skin to the sun. It wants to fry you. All right. Probably time for another Nexus, I guess. Yeah, every unit's covered up. You don't see anyone wearing jorts around, right? No jort swears. But considering there's already been like a nuclear war, right? Too, like there's already been nukes that have gone off. We're in post-nuke area. Yeah, all the ozone's gone. All right. Time to go over to our trusty AK instead now, because we are kind of low on RPK ammo. They look exactly the same. One just fire bigger bullets. Same level, same everything, just different caliber, and a lot less damage. All right, 545. Oh yeah, Bagman's weird, right? Because Bagman is a lot of his parts that are exposed are clearly cybernetic. So I don't even think that skin's real, right? Like it seems that like he is very heavily cybernetic. We could do this actually. That works. Hey, got my meds, got my ammo. We're good. I don't need all that? What do you mean I need all that? I always over-prepare. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Especially considering the penalty for not having it is dying, which we cannot do. We need to be over-prepared, not under-prepared. We got the orange variant again, okay.
I don't have a good feeling.
You know what? This is easy to do this way. Who needs the aim when you have shotgun? Do I Connie Green? What are you about to ask? Oh no. Trust me, you will know from the patch notes. They will push it out. Like when they do Gunhead, you'll know. It will probably be a content patch. Stop bugging. There we go. Probably wait for next content. Like I would say probably end of this month, I would say. I would be surprised if they push out a patch in December, but who knows. But like, I would guess probably end of November. They said by end of this quarter, right? So, you know, next 2 months. I mean, yeah, it would be cool, right, if, like, Gunhead had different mechanics. Like, he healed differently, he spoke differently. It would be all cool like that, right? Alright, so let's make it back. Snipers are no. Okay, right here, guys. That's good. So we need explosives. We can find on the map. We'll take the explosives back to the very back of the top of the mech and then plant them and we're good. In the meanwhile, your opens and your Asians will kill each other. Sorry, your Ruskins will kill each other. So you can usually find explosives over here. Here they are. And we need to go up top. That's a little bit dangerous. Whatever. All right, down we go. You drop them here, and you're good. Sequests are done, so now we can just kill. If we're gonna kill, let's get in a good spot for killing. Whoa, where the... Yeah. I'm not against that thought too. So it definitely seemed like a branding thing, right? Maybe the AI chose the faction names. It's like the AI was just like, okay, you know, they're all based in Europe at least a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Yoruska has Eastern Europe. It's like everything that's Slavic is Yoruska. So Yoruska is basically Slavia. I don't know what you call it, Slavic lands plus Africa. Eurasia, I'm guessing the reason why it says, so Eurasia says like Central and like East Asia. Are they including like Turkey in that? Is that why they're maybe classifying it as Eurasia because of Turkey, maybe? I don't know. I don't think that would be the case. And then Europa is Western Europe plus America plus South America. And I guess plus Israel because they have Merkavas? Question mark. Yeah, like a very small portion of Turkey is actually like Europe, but like still, I mean, I'm trying to think, like rationalize why, like, you know, Turkey is in Asia. It's technically that's Central Asia, or not. It's not like, what's it called? It's like, it's on the Asian plate, right? The Asian continental plate or something like that. So like I can see like it being Asia and Europe at the same time, but like I'm trying to figure out why it's called Eurasia. I don't think Poles are considered Slavic, right? I think like the first Slavic, I think like Ukraine's like the first Slavic state to the east, right? I don't think Poles are considered Slavs. Naturally, if you are Slavic, please correct me, but I don't think Poles are considered Slavic. Australia is its own thing, actually. No one knows what the fuck's going on with Australia. It's off by itself doing whatever the fuck Australia does. Personally, I think the animals won. The emus finally won the third emu war. Poland and Slavic, okay. The AIs decided to modify a few kangaroos and emus, and now Australia has been lost to the United Emu. The Emeruru. The Emeru. Hold on, let me put this in chat. Hold on. The Emu Aru. The Emururu faction. The next faction to come to Foreverwinter. The faction of emus and frickin' kangaroos have been modified like genetically and by cyborgs. Say hello to the fourth faction of the Foreverwinter. Or I guess the fifth faction, considering Scavs is a faction. You just see them, you just see like the emus sprinting across the battlefield and the kangaroos jumping around. I will say though, if you modify a kangaroo to be able to kick harder, oh god. Like, they would butcher you. Yeah, Australia's just overrun. They're lost. I wanted to fight a bit. Oh, everyone's stuck. That's probably why. Oh, it's yours and snipers too. Ow, I'm sorry. God, they hurt. I mean, it's safe in the sense that it's like, it's a landlocked, or sorry, it's an ocean-locked nation, right? Just like Great Britain, for example, right? Like, just imagine how many times someone from Europe really just fucking wanted to deal with Great Britain, but couldn't because of the fucking water. It's basically Australia, like, on crack, right? It's even further away. Granted, Australia doesn't have, like, a navy like, you know, like Great Britain does, but I imagine in the future it could.
Hard run. At least we made it.
Yeah. It could just be the fact too, like everyone saw Australia and was just like, no, we're good, thanks. We're gonna go fight our war over here, Australia. You can just do your own thing. We don't need to deal with you right now. Have fun with your, you know, genetically modified and mutated animals. Yeah, Dimitri, exactly right. You have the combination of emu of ruse, the emu kangaroo alliance. Some benevolent AI went down there and was like, you know, I'm gonna start fucking with things. We can keep that, I guess, for the next quest. And I'll have you know too, like, there is precedence in Australia losing to emus. Australia already has lost to emus before. Look it up, the Emu Wars. Like, you know, in regards to like emu versus, you know, the citizens of Australia, the emus already have a few on them, right? They've already shown that they have the ability to overpower the Australian populace. They just lack all of the tools to do so right now. Just keep that in mind, and you know, in the future, here's to say emus can't take over with a little bit of extra help from an AI. That's right, yeah, we do. Zombie, yeah. The Mother Courage kangaroo variant. Yeah, I would love to see more of like that, like little like weird tech insects for sure too. Tech animals, cybernetic animals.
Stay alive.
It's actually kind of, if you haven't played it before too, what's it called? Spoiler alert, if I can remember the name. What's that? Hold on. Oh, what's it called? How am I blanking on this? Horizon Zero Dawn. Spoiler alert. Stop listening if you don't want to know about a very old game. So Horizon Zero Dawn, right? It's post-apocalypse actually, but the world was rebuilt by AIs. Hopefully that's probably the mech pilot. The mech pilot's probably dead. Stand still. My FPS. Yeah, the mech pilot's definitely dead. It was over here. Yeah, right, mech pilot. But Horizon Zero Dawn, it's actually post-apocalypse. Like, the world died and got rebuilt by AIs. And so, like, to support, like, the ecosystem, there was actually, like, creatures and dinosaurs, you know, tech variants of them designed to fulfill a purpose in the ecosystem to rebuild the world. And so you have this really cool lore justification on why you have these mechanical dinosaurs or creatures, right? Because they actually fulfill some purpose on rebuilding the planet, or rebuilding the ecosystem, right? And so I can see that necessarily not for rebuilding the ecosystem, right? But having insects or creatures that, like, necessarily don't make the most sense, but actually make sense in regards to, like, you know, they're, you know, a scavenger unit, they are, you know, recycling things, they are doing things to support the war effort as these little tech creatures. So unfortunately, no mech wreck done, which is very sad. And like, interestingly enough too, if you just want to loot too, you can like wait for these guys to kill each other quite often, and then you can like step in. What did I do to deserve your hate? Just cyborg down there? What am I hearing? I say, if you come here to farm, by the way, be careful. The Europeans do respawn in this bunker area. What's going on, PCU? How are you doing? Just do a little bit of farming over here myself. Get up that experience, get up that loot. Yeah, like, I mean, like, which is before Two Dragon, like, the biggest thing they can do for the AI is just give the AI a hold pattern, like, or like a defend pattern, right? Where they just want to defend an area as opposed to hunt you down. Because it would make sense for like high loot areas or high important areas that they would just defend it, right? As opposed to pushing you. And just like that one extra pattern can do a lot, right? Like, you'd be surprised how different a situation can become when you have to push into them and they don't have to push into you. Hey, boo-boo. How's it going? Because a lot of situations become deadly too, right? If they form a firing line, like on an area you have to go through, just like they don't have tools to flush you out, you don't have tools to flush them out, really, right? And so it creates much more dangerous situations for yourself, right? When you have to like actually be proactive and clear out an area. Okay, I do think I hear an X, so I gotta be a little bit careful. Yeah, there's an X over there. Alright, we do have HKs now, which probably means it's time to leave. Yeah, it does seem like the AK accuracy got changed a bit. It feels like the AK is a lot less accurate than it used to be. No, just a little here, okay. There's some extra bags here. I didn't realize. The roads are already here. The bags. Hello. Goodbye. We loot you. All right, I'm not gonna fuck with. I'm not fucking with a XO at all. We're leaving. That's a little too high risk for me right now. Oh, grenade launcher too. We're definitely leaving. Grenade launcher, XO, no thank you. I'm good.
Another day. Ooh. Another reason to stay alive.
Hey boys. Hey Jess, thanks for following. All right. So far, so good. I'm not sure if we're at the next prestige yet. It's gonna get slower and slower. It's all downhill from here. All right. Character. Oh, we're pretty far away, actually. We're due for one more before we actually get that done. But it's now time to go back to Mesa. Lovely, lovely Mesa. Oh, actually, we can do a quick break and do a quick underground cemetery, actually. So we'll bring in just our base magazine for the A32. We'll bring like 30 rounds. 545. We'll bring like 180. We don't need a lot for this because we're not trying to fight here. Do 5 and 5 just for safety purposes. Make sure we have attack cam on too for finding the dog. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Regions. Cemetery. Pipes. Like I said, Pipes is by far the better spawn. Maintenance Tunnel will put the dog in worse spots for you. Pipes is way better, personally. Yeah, like, considering how easy it is to get drum mags, Booter, it does feel kind of weird. Like, there's no trade-off for the drum mag, right? It's like, once you get the drum mag, it's just the better option. There is no reason not to use a drum mag.
I hate the surface.
And it's not like, it's not rare either, right? You can get drum mags pretty quickly. Alright, if we hurry, we can probably beat the dog. Nope, we're setting back already. Painless is really cool. The MG34 is by far the least effective gun. Don't you do this to me, dog. Why are all the doors broken? Why are all the doors broken? Why are all the doors broken? Alright, we're safe though. We're now in the spot where dog can get to us no matter what. So this is the natural barrier here. Dog can follow us, but he, as of the last hotfix, he cannot get to this door or that door. So he is basically stuck in his little area now. And I am safe. You piece of shit. Anyway. They don't, yeah, like, once again, there's no trade-offs for certain things, right? Also, where's the book? No book in here today? Very sad. But yeah, there's no trade-offs for a lot of things, right? So like, you know, you're just always use the drum mag, always use the silencer. There's no reason not to use them. The MG34, like, honestly feels like if we're supposed to feel weak and ineffective, the MG34 is a good baseline because it is kind of strong, but its ammo scarcity and its actual like heavy recoil makes it pretty unwieldy for us to use. Yeah, the bad dog, my god. The fact that one shots in this map too. But that's the hardest part of this map, is getting past the dog, and the dog's now in a little area it can't get to us with. But yeah, there's like a weird barrier in the middle of the map that cuts him off from this area. So as long as we spawn pipes, he can't get over here unless he teleports, which can happen, but it's very unlikely unless you're doing very aggressive things. Hey mister, we are currently in cemetery right now. Just doing a quick break from our farming runs. I don't drink, so you're good. I'm actually intolerant to alcohol. So we're just... looking like around right now, basically looting. You can avoid that patrol by just like keeping ahead of them, basically. Alright, gotta hurry here. Don't have a lot of time before they're behind me. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? A little close, not too close though. But yeah, as I said before too, like the risk versus reward like feels off of this map. There's a bunch of like nice loot spots that aren't too bad once you get past dog. Where's the dog? I don't see dog. Okay, there he is. But like, it doesn't feel worthwhile. You don't go away. I've seen this happen a few times before. Occasionally, this stealth kill indicator will pop up. I've always wanted to try it, but I don't want to try it right now on permadeath. All right, let's keep moving. We could kill those guys, it's just that it'll fail our quest, so we don't want to. All right, let's keep moving. All these broken doors. And now it's basically time to leave. I haven't been able to do it yet, Pixel, but like, there's a few locked doors on maps where you can kind of see the indication that like melee kill through it. And I wanted to try to do it so badly, but I can never get it to exactly just work. Let's wait for them to pass. Yeah, time to leave. Yeah, I can't risk it this run. I would definitely try it if I wasn't on permadeath right now, but yeah. No thank you. I have to hide my intrusive thoughts of trying to kill myself basically. In the game, naturally. Raw to me like what, like OG Doom back in the day? Your yellow key card, your green key card, your red key card. That would be a throwback. It would be cool though. I do want to see like more intermap like quests too. Like it'd be cool, right, if you found like a key card on some map for like a door on another map. Fortunately, no logbook, but that's fine. Aramaki. 762 again. C3 RPK on. Where are you, RPK? Shotgun ammo, we'll bring like, you know, 150. And we should be good. How are we on experience? Yeah, didn't net much there. And we're good. Yeah, that would be nice too. Like, yeah, it could be both approaches too. Like, you have the the key card approach or the hacking approach. I could see that both being the case, right? Like, you have the option to use a key card for quick access, or you have an actual like hacking method where you do the code. That'd be cool.
I don't have a good feeling.
No one? All right.
Helicopter. Let's go around those guys. Don't feel like fighting them. You can see that too. One big thing also, I do want doors to be destructible eventually though also. Doors being like destroyable, maybe not by yourself, but like by units would be really nice. Or maybe with yourself too, like if you had like, maybe you could actually like use the explosives to blow open doors. Give Bagman a sledgehammer to break open doors. I haven't gotten it in a while though. Yeah. The whole like, yeah, the loot bug where you can't shoot or do anything until you loot again. I know, like, for example, right in the last quest, like the last hotfix, they said they, or not, in the big patch for October, they mentioned that, they fixed a lot of quests, but I personally couldn't really notice any quests they actually fixed. Not to say they didn't do it, but like, I just don't know what they fixed. This is bad. This is actually bad. Let me fall back here. Not a good spot to be in with those guys being able to shoot me. Alright, let's wait for them to come over. Hey, fucking chill it. Railings. I think they're all dead now. I've tried it once, doesn't seem to be fixed. Like, I've yet to actually notice a quest they have fixed that was broken before. Now, the only ones I haven't really tried yet are the ones that, like, are supposed to drop you particular items, like the Brawler quest that was broken before. So maybe they fixed that, because I haven't tried that yet. But, like, the quests that were broken before, I haven't noticed. Give me all your alcohol. Oh, you can do Water Thief now. Well, actually, Water Thief's weird. Like, you can open the door now with Water Thief, but like, I don't always get the quest complete. But no, they fixed that, by the way, Cuban. You can actually work codes now. Codes work again. But yeah, they were broken for a while though. Right, there's one. If they just made like some units immune to stagger too, like the biggest thing saving us for sure in a lot of these spots is like the stagger being just insanely strong. Yeah, so I was able to do the Water Thief quest after they fixed the doors, but the issue I had was that I would free the civilian and it would never like complete. So either it was like the wrong civilian or they died or something like that, I don't know. But you can at least open the door now, so progress. All right, basically out of shotgun ammo. Let's save the rest of my ammo for like a emergency situation for, you know, emergencies. I'm almost basically full too. Yeah, very little room left. All right, there's the other H kids. Make sure we kill him first. Oh, maybe, I guess. Sorry, let me, hold on here. Moving by. All right, that's done. All right, yeah, we're close. Yeah, I'm not sure about failed codes. I would like to see more things like failed things with hacking though too, but like, yeah, more risk reward for sure. All right, we are full. Time to leave. Anything else on here? Nope, got it. Glitches don't stagger you, the Rodden, right? The MG34 can't stagger you unless you take a lot of damage from the MG34. So like, if they're shotgunners, that'd be different, right? But like the HKs right now, they don't really inflict stagger unless you take a lot of damage from them. I wouldn't even just mind if they like remove stagger together altogether, right? I think in both aspects it takes away from the game. Just like maybe remove stagger on both sides. Or like make it a melee only thing, right? Perhaps, I don't know. Like, it doesn't feel like it brings a whole lot to the game, to be honest. Outside of just like, if you're staggered, you're probably dead. If you stagger, you're gonna win.
Another day, another dollar.
Yeah, 31k experience. It's not even including the quests yet. Yeah, like that, it is by far probably like the best farming spot. There is probably a Nexus could probably be better. The problem with Nexus is there's a much higher chance you might just get got because it's a lot more dangerous. But like in regards to safe farming spots, this is probably the best spot for it. Oh yeah, I forgot. Dodge exists in this game for some weird reason. It feels so weird. Also mandatory. The silencer's getting hit. It's the flashlight. Did they unstick you? Go back on your ground. You're supposed to be down the. You son of a bitch. You're supposed to be down here. Why do they remove all the cool things? Yeah, you can used to like Nexus extract quick in and quick out, but like if you go deep into Nexus to the respawn points, you can farm there very, very quickly because the infantry respawns insanely quickly, and there's like 3 different spawn points. The downside of it being kind of dangerous. Oh, there you are. Wee. Anyway. Our spin break is now over. All right, so yeah, 6,000. We're at 61 HK XP now to level up. So that's basically 2 runs on the map we were just on, or multiple other maps. But we're gonna keep other maps though too. If all I did was basically grind that map, it'd be kind of trenches, elevator, hole plug. We definitely want the HK quest for sure. All right, what gun? How much 545 or 556 do I have? Yes. Is it time? I'm sure I have like big upgrades for this thing too at this point. I have the big mag. I have a good barrel. Yeah, the good gas tube. Okay, yeah, we're good. Do I not actually have a foregrip? That feels weird. Do I not actually have a foregrip? Is there a better handguard than if that's the case? For stability? Yeah, there is. Remember everyone, lower stability. I know it seems weird. I'm lowering my stability. Lower stability is better, higher accuracy is better. So you want your lower stability. Stability basically means how much your gun recoils and how stable basically the aiming is in it. So like the less stability you have, the more recoil you're gonna feel. But the lower is the better. The floor is 1.5. You can get below that on some guns, weirdly enough, but like the floor is 1.5. So you're aiming to get to 1.5 on stability with most of your guns. It's not necessary, you can control it otherwise, but yeah, weirdly enough, you want lower stability. At least for now, like that's the way it currently works. It's weird, but that's what it is. I think we're good. Regions, trenches, elevator. Yeah, it's not intuitive at all. Yeah. Nope, it's not that. No. There's a floor on it right now is 1.5. But no, it's how much your gun recoils basically, or like kind of like the both vertical and horizontal recoil and shake.
Has our luck run out?
The very bright light. If muzzle flash wasn't enough, now you have glare. Can I close you? Thank God. Alright, so when we have plug pull, the nice thing about plug pull is it spawns an extra unit in this room that will always head up the stairs for plug pull, which is really nice for pulling everything in this room. Hello. There is not, which makes me very sad. You only have one variant of trenches. The map went from in progress to finish now, or finish quotation marks, and yeah, no variants, just the regular day variant, full of Europa troops. If it exists, it's so insanely rare. I have yet to tell me a single person that it exists, which makes me very likely to believe it does not exist. Also, good night, sweet prince. Also, if they remove the circles too, like, it would help out a lot. At least through walls. Like, being able to basically pre-fire things does not help in regards to, like, how easy the game gets when the AI just walks into your pre-fire. Yeah, cyborgs, bugs. I could see too, right? Like, so the night shift variants right now are apparently when, like, your Ruska or your Asia wins. I would love to see some variants where, like, the night variant is actually where Europa wins. Like, imagine if the night variant of this map was actually, like, troopers and, like, soldiers, or more like actually, like, not civilians per se, but, like, more of, like, the worker roles for Europa down here working the meat factory. Like, what if that was the night variant here? Like, the meat factory was in full swing. I mean, yeah, Luan. I mean, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do that, right? Though, too. But yeah, it's like right now, and I would probably say the AI is the biggest factor for that. Just because the AI always predicts, like, always acts exactly the same. They have one pattern. Once they know you exist, they walk toward you, and if they see you, they shoot you. Rinse and repeat. There's never a spot where they defend. But yeah, I would love to see variants, right, where, like, you know, Europe is actually doing, like, their nightly shift duties, right, where they're, like, recycling, getting prepared for the next day. And so, like, if you had workers over here, like, doing the meat factory stuff, like taking out meat cubes, packaging meat, stuff like that. Yeah, if they, like, actually had, like, firing lines too. Like, the most dangerous aspect, right, is when they actually aren't in a straight line walking towards you. Because if they can bring more guns to bear, it's harder for you to stagger all of them, right? Like, the reason why it's so easy to kill AIs too is they have one patrol pattern, which is basically a straight line, which makes it really easy, A, to just, you know, spam them down with gunfire, but it also means they can't bring their guns to bear. Much like for those into naval warfare, you remember, like, so when you were in naval warfare, you would want your line. So say, for example, in naval warfare, you had 2 ships or 2 armadas, right? What you want to do is you want their armada to be in a line, and you want to perpendicularly cross that line so that all of your guns are to bear and none of theirs are, except for their frontal guns, right? And so that's basically what's going on here. Since we're dotting their I, or basically crossing their T, we can basically negate the fact that they have a man advantage, because they can only ever bring one of their guys to bear. So case in point right here, right? There's a patrol here that's traveling or patrolling in a straight line, and because they're doing so, it's very hard for them to bring their guns to bear. Now right here, if I fought them right, I would actually be in a bad spot for fighting them, because they can actually shoot back at me. But since they're in a straight line now, see right here, I'm getting shot back at, and it hurts. It hurts real good. But if I fight them when they're in that patrol pattern, right, they're like not risky at all. It's not necessarily like, so it's in regards to, I don't know, like Benjamin, like it's hard to say exactly, right? Like the difficulty. If they rebalance the economy, sure, perhaps, but like at the same time, if you're supposed to play stealthy, there's not really anything forcing you to do so. Like, even as one, you still feel like that guy, because like all of the AI infantry, if they fix the AI, like in regards to the damage output, the damage output is fine. Like, you get punished very quickly for sustaining, like getting shot at. I don't think there's anything wrong with that difficulty and regretting to get, like, the damage and getting shot at and healing, or the healing amounts, right? The problem is that like the AI doesn't react accordingly to a lot of different scenarios, which means they're really easy to cheese naturally without having to do like anything weird, right? It's one thing if you cheese the AI by doing weird stuff to exploit them. It's different if you're just playing the game, and because the AI interacts like how the interact actually plays the game, it just gets cheeses itself, right? Yeah, it's not hard to get the pattern of the flow of the game. The AI is too simple for that right now. And then, like, just a simple defend pattern for the AI would already do a lot. And like, here's the thing though too, leveling up doesn't really do anything. Like, the biggest thing leveling up does really is you can increase your HP pool. But for the most part, outside of like really weird scenarios, like where I was kind of in a bad spot, like if you watched today's stream and last stream, right, I have been fighting almost non-stop in most scenarios, and there's only been like one, like maybe 3 occasions total where I was in a bad spot and almost died and my HP pool saved me. In most spots, the fights aren't that close. Like, hold on. Yes, get in the line, please. Get in your line. There we go. So like right there, right? I was able to move them all down without that. Like the back one was able to return fire. That was basically about it. Yeah, they could see, but like keep in mind too, like Fear is a linear game. They have to be more creative than just Fear, right? Fear had the benefit of being very linear. I'm gonna say like, so if you don't like Tarkov, that's fine. I streamed Tarkov last night during my off hours just for funsies, and I'm using a modded version of Tarkov with better AI. But like you can see like the AI and like in that single player Tarkov mod, with an extra Sanes mod on top of it, like the AI is insanely good. And like the weird thing too with the AI too is like they know the game they're playing also, right? But I don't know, it's hard to, AI is hard, but it's hard to understand. AI is probably underappreciated, but it's so damn important for making a game feel immersive and or like right. Like, for example, I haven't been able to find, like, the AI in the multiplayer Tarkov, the single player Tarkov I was playing, right, had so many different patterns and so many different tricks they would use to replicate what actual players would do that I could never get, and like, they had so many different patterns, I could never assume what they were doing. And I could never assume an area was safe, right? So, for example, sometimes the AI would take a very stealthy pattern, right? And if they heard me, they would hide, and they would get ready for me if I were to cross their path. And I got ambushed quite a few times by a scav or by like a fake player that was playing like a rat. And I was like, holy shit, this guy would have got the drop on me, and he was playing very smart. And other instances, right, where they play like a Chad, right, where if they hear you, they go balls to the wall, very aggressive, not in a dumb way, but in a very smart way. And then you have like the middle grounds, right? For the whole Division series, it is a great game let down by the fact, by the only thing that's wrong with the Division is that they could never figure out how to do their game without making the enemies bullet sponges. Like, the art design of that game's great, the gunplay is great, except for the damage of the guns and the AI's health. It's always its sin. It put itself into a realistic Milsim like kind of setting, right? And then made it basically like it was even like bullet spongier than Destiny, right? It just felt so bad. Like, and that's the massive disconnect, right? In the sense of the things that your models do, like, they have to make sense. And the things in Destiny didn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, it is based, I mean, UE5, it's just a bit over UE4. It is different, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like, there's precedence, right? I haven't played a Ghost Recon game in forever. Hold on, reloading. Sorry, apologies. But, like, say for example, like right there, right? Those 3 EODs are no threat at all because I keep them stagger locked. Like, no threat at all. Yeah, the AI was good in Vision, right? Like, the actual, like, AI in Vision was good. It's just the fact that, like, everything was great in the Division, except for the fact they couldn't figure out how to design, or didn't want to. They didn't want to do a game that actually didn't have bullet sponge enemies, right? Yeah, keep that in mind too. Yeah, like, you know, it'd have servers. Hey, Ludroth. You've, I don't know how many we've done, Ludroth, but you have missed a few plug pulls.
At least we're headed home.
Wait, what? Professional? I don't think so, Ludroth. Load in with 3 viewers, kill them on spawn, and try to run the map with the max spawn squad rates. Are you saying, like, try to force PvP in a PvE game? I don't think that's very in good spirit. Unless the viewers knew what was going on, I think killing 3 random players in multiplayer would be kind of BM. Oh, okay, I see. Play with the spawn rate and just have them, like, die and leave. Okay. Oh, Pixel, I see. Okay, I see it now. Got it. The hard difficulty. Do I get harder? Does it make the game harder if I have recruits? I don't think so, right? Yeah, that did not give us a lot of experience. Maybe a thing in the future, right? They can make an extra difficulty. They could do the thing Tarkov did too, right? Maybe that's what they're planning also. So, like, we have these numbers on the map that don't seem to mean anything yet. These numbers up here, the skull numbers. So maybe in the future, they're planning on doing a little bit of variations, perhaps, in regards to the difficulty of each map, where like some maps might be harder than others, depending on the time of day. All right. So we did a trenches and Nexus. It's a Nexus now for sure. But yeah, I'm curious if they'll actually do something with that like difficulty slider too. Like it seems like if you're not familiar with Tarkov, essentially as like the maps progress through the day and change during the day, maps will could become easier or harder based on like the number of scavs or scavengers, or basically AI NPCs, and also the difficulty of those scavengers. So like you can kind of tell, like, you know, if I go to this map, oh, it's gonna be easier today, or I go to this map, it's gonna be harder today, so on and so forth. That'd be a cool feature to add, which I think does, like, I feel like those numbers are gonna be the case, right? Perhaps. We'll see. Yeah, I wouldn't mind more difficulty modifiers, or like, if, you know, scale it up if you'd like. Maybe like you can like do a modifier to get more like rarer loot, but have more like, you know, more AI in. All right. Let's pull off. Let's actually do like the Chad loadout, I think. So we're gonna go to our character here. Character, heavy rifle. So no silencers. So we'll have to keep that in mind, but like we have enough gun to support the fact that we have no silencers. We have more gun. I think we're good. I probably want more shotgun shells. All right, regions, Nexus, entry point, ready. Yeah. I think having more choice is good too, right? I can also see that being an easy mod also, like a difficulty slider, or like a simulate players, if you want a more difficult experience. All right.
I hate the surface.
Interesting. I've gotten 3 orange variants in a row and no white variants. So no day variants, but we only had the, I guess, dusk variant. Wee. Been going well. Not too much going on right now. I'm kind of like in between video ideas at the moment, so I have ideas, just working on them basically. But it's been going well. Naturally, this game's in a kind of a lull at the moment, which is like expected, right? Like early access games, right? They always go into a lull for extended periods. Like updates do help them, but you'll never get too close to where it was at launch. Especially in a PvE game. Why do you have a baby face? Wait, who killed an assassin? 1 out of 3? All right. Should be all of them for now and get our loot. I guess, yeah, I mean, like, what's it called? Deadlock, you know, early access to, I guess. I feel like Apex is pretty popular and it's not early access. Valorant, CS2, all that good stuff. But yeah, it seems like most like mid-size, it definitely seems like mid-sized developers and and small developers have like really fully embraced early access. AAA is not so much, but yeah, it seems like, yeah, small and mid-sized developers all seem to love EA, or at least lean into it a lot. Probably for feedback, but also probably for free QA. Offload some of the QA work. All right, you need to die. All right, he's dead. Yeah, it's like definitely, I do think, like, I'm sure if you study when gamers like leave the game they're playing, death's probably one of the big points. And that's not to say too in the sense of never have deaths in your game, but like whenever you like have a cheeky death or a death you didn't feel like you deserved, you usually quit the game on the spot for a bit, and you might come back to it. But it's usually like when I find like when I'm gonna, you know, take a break from a game is when I feel like when I die unjustly. I mean, that's usually how you start out, to be honest, mister. Like, when you start out of college, if you're trying to be a game developer, you'll probably be in QA. If you're trying to be like a programmer, perhaps, right? Or like an actual game developer. If you're doing art or things like that, it's gonna be different. Like, if you're doing modeling or arts, that's different. But like, if you're just trying to be like a, you know, a game developer, a coder, you're probably gonna start out as QA tester. It also depends too, Ludroth, also like on like how easy it is to get into the next game. For example, right? Like I always have an issue with Tarkov. Like they fixed it now with presets, but back in the day when you died in Tarkov, the real punishment wasn't losing your gear. Your punishment was having to, you know, re-equip your character from scratch. That was the real punishment for Tarkov dying. Yeah, you gotta keep in mind though too, like when you're like starting out at the bottom rung of QA, you work a ton and you don't get paid a lot. Like that's the biggest sin of gaming right now, is to get into game development. You usually start with a pretty job that requires a lot of over 40 hours a week work. Like it's a pretty notorious feature right now of game development where like you generally are always working over 40 hours a week consistently, and usually way more than that depending on the game. It is truly a labor of love. You have to like really enjoy making games or wanting to do that as your career, because it's soul sucking otherwise. All right, explosives, please.
Oh, this is what it's all for.
So yeah, this is the farm spot I was talking about earlier. So AI will spawn up here and over here and down here. And so if you're in this area, you can just basically farm them ad nauseum. They can occasionally get stuck though, for sure. Like they're stuck over there a little bit. Can help fix that maybe. Be free. Hell. The walls. But yeah, they get stuck up here occasionally. Can we get a bug? I mean, I haven't done anything for this game at all. Like, I'm just making, I just stream it, man. They have thanked content creators before in videos already. Yeah, Blow It Up, it does help too, like, right? I do like messing around with different kits. I could, from talking to game developers before, keep in mind this. I'll tell you all this. Everyone has ideas. Everyone thinks their ideas are great. Game developers also know that. Like, they have their ideas, they think their ideas are great. Everyone has their ideas that they think are great. I can tell you right now, I can't speak for all game developers, but I know game developers do get kind of overwhelmed with the 1 million ideas they get from every single player, right? It's a surplus of ideas. And at some point, it doesn't become about the idea. It becomes, you know, about sticking with something, fully developing it, and so on and so forth, and coding it, right? Like, ideas are a dime a dozen, basically. Just always keep that in mind when talking to game developers. I honestly would have had my video about the grabber done earlier last weekend, but I actually caught myself in that trap where I was like, I was critiquing the grabber, and I was recommending too many different things. It's like a sense of, you know, this is all just fluff. This is probably not necessary for the video. Let's cut it out. So I basically cut about like half the video out because it was just too many ideas or thoughts around fixing the grabber. It's like, they don't need that. They just need to know the pain points. That's essentially what the developers need from you when you're giving feedback, is they need to know what you don't like and what, like, how you feel about something. And you can recommend things for them too, right? Like, you know, put a thing here and there. But for the most part, give them the problem and let them figure out the solution. The biggest thing they need to know is the problem, though. Definitely tell them the problems. Tell them the things that you don't like. Tell them the things that, like, you know, you think are unfun, so on and so forth. Because don't worry, they have ideas. They have plenty of ideas. Yay, loot. All right, what are we at? Yeah, one more run. Okay. It is getting slower. 3 hours for like 4 prestige levels, which isn't bad. It does get slower as we level up too, right? We're constrained by our rig at this point. But we're making good progress. So we're gonna go over to Mausoleum now. Which means we probably want, Mech Wreck. Personally, I think they're probably the best thing. If you wanted to, like, do the farm the fastest possible, I would probably just say Mesa, right? Just do the farm we do on Mesa, and it's pretty quick and consistent, but that would get pretty boring pretty quickly. Let's go M4, let's go 5.56, bring like 600 rounds. Shotgun wise, we'll bring like another, like 200, 300, 300. Not 3,000, 300. 13. And I think we're good. Mausoleum. Runes, good to go. Yeah, I mean, like, Ludroth, yeah, Massman does, like, you don't get a lot of movement speed with, like, the reason why I like Massman is he's not gonna punish you with movement speed. His movement speed's fine enough, but, like, the HP pool helps, and just, like, the versatility of different loadouts, like, being able to play with different guns is very nice.
Hard to breathe up here. What's the matter?
Alright, let's go find a pallet before he dies, before they die. I think they're all she's, actually. Wait, can you use pistols as a Massman? I never actually looked at that. Really? Hold on, I gotta show in a second. I never knew that. You can't use SMGs, I know that for a fact, but like, can't use pistols, really? I never actually tried. I know Bagman can't use pistols with SMGs. Okay. Yeah, I think it's only painless he can't use, I'm pretty sure. Pilot, where are you at? I haven't heard them shoot yet, so they're probably still alive somewhere. Oh, hey, is that you? I can't stealth kill you? Really? Sorry. Brawlers. Those guys are fucking terrifying. Imagine an EOD unit that actually has accurate gunfire. That's the Brawler. Super tanky, very deadly. You can stagger them, but if you don't stagger them, they will rip you to shreds very, very quickly. But I want a stealth kill. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so like, if you're not familiar, stealth kills seem to be only for certain units. It seems to be like it's a flag on the unit itself. It's not necessarily an HP pool. They stagger you too, but it's like the stagger, every unit can stagger you, but like because they do so much dagger damage quickly, they stagger you the quickest. So like stagger is mainly based off the amount of damage in a certain period. And because they do a lot of damage in a short time frame, that's what staggers you. Let me up. There we go. Yeah, Elephant Mausoleum at night is super freaking scary. It's also really cool, but yeah, super scary. And so many spots have fog too on Mausoleum at night that like even the flashlights don't help you all that much. Okay. So let me, I know we talked about this way long ago, right? But I'll show you the reason why Mausoleum's not my favorite map as opposed to Mesa. If I can survive long enough to do it. Don't mind me, just walking over here. Weep, weep. Okay, so first of all, Mausoleum right now has pretty poor performance, and like while this still looks cool, you can kind of tell the LOD on the map is way down from being close. I don't have the jump pack right now. I can't climb the T the entire way, but like from being on this vista vantage point, like the little details, it's not bad, but like you can definitely tell if you zoom in also with like a scope that a lot of this stuff is pretty blocky and like very low poly. And I understand why it has to be that way, right? Like right now, look at like top left, 38 FPS with a 3080 and a 5800X. Like I have a decent to good rig, but because like it's not optimized right now, there's something that's very much hurting the FPS on this map. And I don't think it's just this, right? Like we have Mesa, right? Mesa's big and giant, but like there's too many things here that's causing FPS drops that like makes me like not enjoy the map as well. Because I don't know, it's just a lot going on that it feels like it needs to be extra. Well, Mesa doesn't feel like it has that compromise at all, right? I never feel like at a spot where like, you know, they're having to cut out something of Mesa to compromise or make up for the performance. Yeah, the fogs don't help, the effects don't help probably, but like it's probably like a death by 1,000 cuts too. It's probably not just the fog, but it's probably an aspect. It's a bunch of little small things that add up. There is too much detail, right? But I feel like it goes on the other side, right? I do agree. There is two extremes, but I think it goes too much on the like, it doesn't look good from a Vista vantage point. And like the fact is like if it didn't look good and I had better FPS, okay, there was a trade-off. But it doesn't look good and I also have terrible FPS. Like those fields are like a constant 30 FPS. It's terrible. Hey, chill the fuck out. If they fix the performance of the map and like kept the LOD the same, or they fix the LOD, I mean, it look better, like, you know, that might change. Because like the map does look so good and it's really ambient, especially up here. But like, yeah. Whenever I cross the threshold here, like, it's weird. This map up here feels way different from the map down there. And I much prefer the map up here than down there. Give me your loot.
Keep it together, man. Good.
Yes, my cyborg children, go. Murder. Yeah, I don't have a on this character, this account yet. I haven't really tried to get one. Okay, time to move. That's the first sign of danger. I need to get out of here. Having a fucking full squad of Europa guys or Eurasian guys come behind me. We're not full on loot, but we're close enough to full on loot where I'm gonna start heading to the extract. Give me your loot. Alright, we're basically good here. See you, mister. Have a good one. Yeah, we are good. Not a bad run, basically the same. Not much experience, though. So we're getting experience off looting and experience off kills. So when we're doing both at the same time, we're like probably getting the maximum experience we can possibly get. Yeah, 20k is not bad. It's not the best. The baseline is right now like getting about 30,000 experience a run off Mesa, not including quests. Yeah, we did prestige, thank God. 15, 10 more to go. We are so close. Not really, actually. It gets harder as you get leveled up. We are actually probably still very far away. But 15 out of 25. Yeah, pistols. Not really, actually. Like, we can... So if we do a Mesa right now, we're overdue for Mesa again, too. I think we've done the whole loop. You'd be surprised. It depends on the spawn rates of them also. They can be kind of janky in regards to their spawn rates. But inside the crawler on Mesa, you can farm pretty aggressively. Guess you work. Can also do EODs. 318k. Yeah, that tracks. That's. I think like once you get to like, hold on, we can go. What's on this character? It's on my other account. I can't really check on this account, I don't think. But yeah, it gets slower and slower as you progress. Where are you? Come on. Give me HKs or give me more cyborg kills. That works. Let's go to our vendors here. Let's buy some more meds. Let's go over to Aramaki and buy some more ammo. Loadout RPK. Wait, what happened to the RPK? Why don't I have you? What? I didn't die, so where did you go? What? Alright, well, I'm sorry. I guess I'll fix this then. Hey, Aramaki, how would you like 185 scotches? Nice, John. Yeah, Shaman at high prestige feels crazy fast. So, we sold him 200 scotches. What else do you want? 112 wines. Teddy bears? Components? There you go. Give me the RPK. $762. And then all of the meds. Alright, we have our meds, we have our ammo. Regions, Mesa, entry point, streets. Yeah, I think it was actually 35, but I just can't recall. I know it was above 30k. No, but yeah, between farming them plus the alcohol, yeah, it works out really well for farming experience. I think you can probably do better on certain parts of Nexus, but Nexus is way more dangerous than what we're doing here. Okay, now we have the variant. Which might be a good thing now too, because it's much easier to get to the crawler now. Though the HK might be a dog, as opposed to the actual HK we need to kill. Hello, sir. That is a fair point, Rodney. When they get dropped from the sky, it's very weird they have alcohol intact. Yeah, unfortunately in Loadout, I think the Stalker variant of the dog actually one-shots you still. Which would be a surefire way of, you know, going out. Damn, I missed. Can you even get down? Who's a stuck boy? No moms? No moms. Who's a stuck boy? Who can't get down? You can't get down. I did be mindful about dogs. I usually patrol the road, and it's kind of hard to see right now. Yeah, I believe so. I believe the cemetery dog is basically a stalker that will, I think the stalker also has a 2k threshold. I haven't tested yet, but I guess we might be able to find out here. Though thankfully, I'm not sure if the dog can path to the backside of Crawler, which is actually great for us, because we have that extract. It's going well, server. We're at, I think, per 15 now. 15 prestige, no deaths. Doing our ever so often farm of the crawler. And we got a night variant. Though they did, they definitely, like, they changed the map now to that the crawler spawns a lot of cyborgs now, even with the night variant. I mean, I'm not gonna test it. I'm not gonna test it on purpose. But like, if I get an HK grabber on this, I can't come up the stairs anyway, so we're good on that, right? I've never seen an HK properly path the back extract. Like, at the most, I've seen them come on top of the crawler on the backside, but I've never seen an HK down on the backside crawler spawn. Yeah, so that's right. That's exactly why we spawn streets, for example. We spawn streets to have access to the timed extract here. Are you gonna not spawn me infantry, actually? Did they realize my Hello? Anyone coming out?
As perfect a day as any.
Oh. Hey, friend. How's it going? Who's a good boy? Who's a boy who can go upstairs? Who can't go upstairs? You can't go upstairs. You won't. No, don't you go up, you go down. There we go. Bye. Hey, it's going well. Yeah, we're just doing some farming. So we're playing Permadeath, Masked Man. Our goal being is we have no restrictions on our Permadeath except for the fact that we cannot die. And our goal is level 25 prestige. And so right now we're at the crawler, farming some cyborgs. Though the spawn rate seems to be much lower than it used to be. Unfortunately, which means we probably should just leave and run it back on the regular variant. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and do that. The spawn rate here is not conducive for actually getting an experience. So we're just gonna leave and come back. But yeah, we're at 15 right now with no deaths. Prestige 15. And it's going well. We're basically cycling between 4 different maps. Sometimes we'll occasionally do cemetery to farm experience. There's something over here. I wonder if it's gonna be drones or cyborgs though. Oh yeah, it's always weird with those quest objectives, right? Because occasionally they will spawn. Like, you can get the assassination quests done too on this map. So like, if you have Tormentor or like the Sniper, they will actually spawn this map regardless of its cursed state. Oh, this is a new soundtrack. I have not. Drones. Very subtle track, okay.
On a day of close calls.
Honestly, not bad considering we didn't do much that map. So we're on it back. Fortunately, we did not get to do our farm there. All right. Oh yeah, the standard for scrapyard. That's hearing that the entire raid gets old very quickly. All right. Same thing before, we'll bring our ammo and our meds and all our good stuff. So 300. 762, where are you at? Go. 600. Bring all of our advanced med kits, because if we die, we die. So might as well have them and use them. 8, and then we're good. Mesa entry point ruins. Yeah, it's definitely fair too. It's always a bit off-putting when like the soundtrack goes so hard that you can't hear anything in game. Alright, there we
Wake
go.
up, rinse and repeat. Stay
The regular variant now.
alive.
2 big boys? Yeah, 2 big boys. Yeah, only alcohol for healing. I imagine after like the second hour of like having your screen get fucked continually, it'd probably get pretty old. He didn't notice that? That's weird. They usually always notice getting stealth killed. Especially considering how fucking loud it is, my god. Yeah, this little ruins area is always a bit weird with the lighting. It's always very dark. Our friends are coming. I honestly, weirdly enough, Hoystein, think this game would fuck as an RTS. Or like an RTS game in this setting I think would fuck. It'd be kind of weird with the logistics, right? Because all you get is the stuff from the AIs, but like I do think it would be a very cool setting for like a an RTS style game. Sorry, what? Sorry, what? Sorry, what the fuck? Is that, oh. Is that a water trader or water guy? It looks like old man, but I think it's a water guy. Okay, well, never mind. And cows? Am I the only one who can't fly? It looks like old man, but I think it's the water scavs, right? Because the water scavs look like old man. Hoystein, I will say too, I like this feature of Arma 3 a lot. I didn't ever experience it or play it, but I've heard about it. Where like you act like almost as like a DM for your players in Arma 3. And you basically like you are the director of the AI and the game for your players. I don't think they'll ever do that, but that would be such a cool feature. I would fuck with that so hard, right? Is there I mean, at least it's not on the staircase. I'm kind of sketched, to be honest. I would like to re-roll this. I don't like that being there. I would like to change what's inside, please. So we're gonna force the despawn and then respawn by heading over to bunker and then heading back, and that should force a different unit to spawn there. But yeah, like if they added a feature like that, like that's a cool feature that adds longevity to the game, because with mods and with a feature like that, you can like really make up for the lack of AI by, you know, naturally having a human at the head. It's such a cool feature. Now, naturally, it's probably really hard to make a feature like that, I imagine, but like it is super cool. Hey, look, the tank's gone. And now it turned into a turret. I will... God. Oh, God, so many cyborgs.
shit.
But like, considering the fact too, like I think they're gonna be like, what's it called? Like, I imagine they won't support this game forever after launch, right? They could, but like usually developers like want to move on to different things. It's very rare developers want to stick to the same game for a long period of time. People move on, so giving the ability to make a mod like that, like a system, right, where like, you know, a player could take control of the AI would be really cool. Or if they do keep with it right, maybe making an RTS. And now, RTSs aren't very popular, but I also think this game leans older, and I do think the grim dark audience does like kind of at least an RTS genre with it. So a cool RTS game would be interesting. Is it like, if they were just making an RTS game for like an open market, it's different, but like considering grim dark players, I think liked strategy, I would think, considering Warhammer and stuff like that. Maybe. Yeah, but different. I know from playing Dune Spice Wars a lot, there is an RTS crowd and there is a 4x crowd, and they generally do not much like when the genres blend. When the 4x players want 4x, the RTS players want RTSs, there's not a lot of overlap between them. Like, you might have RTS players who enjoy 4x and 4x players who enjoy RTSs, but they generally do not want both in the same game. Go away. Yeah, like that's the sin of like Dune Spice Wars, for example, is it doesn't lean heavily enough into like both, so it doesn't satisfy either audience. I personally like it, but like it's too superficial to be enjoyable by the 4x crowd, and it's too not aesthetically pleasing or mechanically intense for the RTS like crowd to like it, and so you have this really weird middle ground that doesn't satisfy either party. But I don't really know how you go or lean into one side or the other without pissing off the other side, because like how each of those genres play is like almost the antithesis of each other, right? Like 4x usually require a lot of thought, a lot of changes to your strategy. Like you have a strategy right with 4x, but you can change that, you adapt. For RTSs, you're usually like more mechanically, it usually has a higher mechanical requirement. You need to be faster with your APM. You have to make choices, right? But I would say that for RTSs, it's more about knowing your different builds and paths as opposed to reacting accordingly. You do need to react in 4x, like in RTSs, but not nearly as much as a 4x. Like, they both require a different form of adaptation that don't really complement each other. Yeah, I mean, there is micro in StarCraft. Sorry, yeah, there is both macro and micro in StarCraft, but you can make up for being a bad macro player by being a good micro player. Granted, in the long game, you'll eventually lose to a macro player, right? But you can you know, get by that quite easily. But like, StarCraft 2, for example, is much more about, I don't know, it's weird. Like, it's not in depth like a 4 times is. They're different. That's all. It's probably the easiest thing to say is they're both different. And they require different skill sets. With 4 times being more strategy and RTSs being much more like mechanical based. Like, okay, so 4 times are much more about planning. RTS is much more about execution. They both have planning and execution, but like RTSs require much more ability to execute your plan, even if that plan's mediocre or bad. But for for 4 times, it requires much more better planning and knowing what you need to do as opposed to executing it perfectly. And the problem with Dune, for example, right, is it didn't do either of those things particularly well. And so it didn't satisfy most crowds. And also, so like, the biggest thing about Dune 2 is the RTS crowd wants to be visually pleased. They want to see cool battles going on. They want to see cool animations. When they don't get to have a visual spectacle in their RTS game, there is an issue, right? They want to see massive warfare. They want to see units dying. They want to see explosions. They want to see like all of this eye candy stuff, right? And if you don't have that in your game, it's going to displease the RTS crowd. Or at least the more casual RTS crowd. I think it's kind of what's called the new one from the like old RTS devs. What's that new RTS called? It's trying to replace StarCraft. I can't recall, but I know it got panned pretty hard for being kind of like uninspired, which is kind of like a sin for RTSs, right? You need to have like a very good setting for it and like have it be visually interesting along with a good story. And like that's like the one thing I would think would probably be like this thing's it wouldn't do well in. So I'm not sure if the developers of this game actually want to do a story at all, as opposed to a setting, which means that you really can't have like an RTS. It can have an RTS style campaign, right? But it would actually need to have like an actual, not lore, but an actual story to tell. Yeah, Stormgate, right? It's really bland. Like that's the destin of like an RTS, right? And like that's usually what I see out of esports, right? Too, is like they try to make a game that caters to so many people. They don't cater to anyone. It's the biggest sin of so many things nowadays, is they try to cater to everyone, so they cater to no one. That's a big thing too, right? Yeah. Thanks, DJ. Appreciate it. I could be more efficient here with my ammo, but considering we're full already, it's more just like dump my ammo and leave. We'll probably just leave now, to be honest. They're not responding quickly anymore. But yeah, I think like that's like one big sin too of the RTS genre, is they don't seem to want to like innovate at all, right? They want to stick to their roots. But I think like there's a lot of cool things they could do with it. It's like I'm not even sure what I would do with it personally, but like there's a lot of interesting concepts behind the RTS genre. Do I kill you? You're worth a lot of experience if I kill you. But you're not in the best spot for me to kill, I think, either though. I think I need to kill you though, because you're kind of dangerous. Let's wait for you to path around. We have 28 shots with our... We also didn't get an HK yet either, which is super weird. So we have 28 shots with our shotgun, which is enough to kill the Exo.
It's raining bullets.
I need to be in a better spot though. This is how I died, by the way. Yeah, there we go. I drank some alcohol, no. They're like right below me, right? Where are they? There's a few boys around here. There they are. Thanks, Pixel. I mean, this is one of the best spots to kill Exos. It has a real hard time hitting you up there. And so it's a really good spot. It just doesn't consistently spawn here either, though. Like, it's common enough, but like, it's not all the time an Exo spawns here. Are we droning? Oh, yeah, we're droning. So take cover. Yeah, I mean, like, the biggest thing is that you have to find a good spot for cover. You can't fight it in the open, especially now with the buffs too. Like, you have to be in good cover that you can, you know, obscure most of your body with to fight Exos. Even with a shotgun, it's super sketch, right? There's a good chance you'll die before you can actually blow them up with a shotgun in close range. So you usually have to like lean into cover. Hello, drones. Goodbye, drones.
Always a pleasure, folks.
All of the alcohols. Yeah, 35k experience. Now, we took a long time here. We probably didn't need to wait here after we killed a lot of units, but yeah, 35k. That without quests. But we only got 2 quests done, so not bad. Unfortunately, we might be just short of prestiging up, though, which is tragic. No, we're actually fair ways short, actually. All right, let's do our mandatory cemetery run. See you, Pixel. Thanks for stopping by. So we need much here. We'll just bring 5. We won't ever use a shotgun. We'll keep the shotgun, but we won't bring ammo for it. We have no intention of using an unsilenced gun here. 7.62. I am out of ammo for it, so time for the AK. But once again, we're not trying to fight here at all, so we'll bring like, you know, 180. Let's bring in like 240. Just in case. But we should really need it. And regions, cemetery, and let's tac cam. Cannot forget the tac cam. Yeah, regions, underground cemetery, pipes, and we're good. Not trying to summon it yet, but we haven't had a night variant yet for underground cemetery. Hello. Yep, regular variant. Okay.
I hate this surface.
All right, closed door. Okay, the thing that we need is over there. The book is over there, but it's probably not worth going to. Ugh. So they fixed the issue, Keller, with the massive amount of desync the unit had. So like the weird thing, right, where it wouldn't be close to you, but a one-shot kills you. They fixed that. The dog itself still can one-shot you. Why did you come back? The dog can still one-shot you, so be careful about that. Ah, fuck you. Why are you guys there? Alright, time to... What the? No. How did you see me? Jump, 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 jump. Ow, yes, I know it hurts. It's worth it, though. Why is the door closed? But they weren't there on the tack can, by the way, earlier. Close, close, close. Alright, we're good. We failed a request, oh well. But yeah, they weren't on the tack can when we were scanning around earlier. They spawned in real late.
Too busy eating something else.
The tack cam has betrayed me. Chill the fuck out, dog. You can't pass. No passe. The dog being freaked out right now is pissing me off, actually. Okay, that door's closed. We are safe. It cannot get to us. You know what? Just for posterity reasons, too, we're gonna close this door also.
Only have to be faster than the slowest
You are
human.
trapped, dog. Alright, anyway. Unfortunately, we can't do burying secrets right now. Because it's over by them. And, you know, there's something in the way.
Maybe it'll be too busy eating something else.
Hey, Skinwalker. Doing well, thanks. We are playing some Underground Cemetery. Hopefully avoiding the dog, which we have done. We locked it off. It's now trapped. Cannot get to us. We're gonna go ahead and execute these guys because we've already failed our stay-hidden quest, so we're just gonna kill them. I personally still think dog is a bit overbearing, but it's much more playable than it was. It doesn't seem that dog teleports anymore. I haven't seen dog teleport, but I haven't tried to force him to teleport either. But the biggest problem with dog before is that he would like get desyncy and he would like randomly one-shot you from really far away. That's been removed or fixed, which is nice. But the dog itself is still a threat. You still have to avoid the dog. But spawn pipes and just like come over to this side and you're fine. Like once you have him basically trapped on that side, he can't get into this room and can't get over to there, your extract, so you're fine. So it's better. It's still not perfect. I still have my critiques of the map and the grabber itself, but it's better. Yeah, DJ, that's fair. I still don't think the dog should one-shot you. I have a video on it too about the grabber. You can go look at that perhaps for ideas, but like it's got a lot of issues right now, and it's mainly the grabber being the issue, but also even the night variant or the different variant of the map having the grabber too is the sole source of like tension. I don't know. It's a bit monotonous. Like once you've played this map once, you've basically played it every time now for the most part. It's still like a really cool map, though, don't get me wrong. Like aesthetically, it's a very pleasing map, right? I looted all of you, right? Yeah, I looted all of them. And just down here. Yeah, I honestly don't basically play Scorched anymore for the most part, except for the occasional time. But I agree with you on Scorched, 100%. Yeah, Scorched feels very samey after a while. Trenches, yeah, I was very like disappointed when Trenches didn't have a variant on it. No variants on Trenches definitely makes it feel the same. I know I don't need it for you guys, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Goodbye. Be free. Be free. Be free. Yeah, Mesa, Mesa has a lot of variations because, well, so Mesa's pretty staticky, but the thing with Mesa is, one, its night variant is awesome, and two, there's a lot of different scenarios that can happen in the battle in the center of the map, making it feel a bit different every single time. It's pretty samey, but like that different middle battle being different changes how the map feels, even though you play it the same. Come on. You know you want to come. There you go. Form a straight line. I think in retrospect, I like the size of the map, but it's still a bit too linear. Like, so I know they have performance issues with larger maps. Like, if you did not know, apparently Trenches plus Mausoleum plus Nexus were once one map, and they had to cut them apart for performance reasons. I think there's much more clever ways they can probably make bigger maps. So, for example, I know that, like, for example, in Tarkov, Streets of Tarkov took them a very long time to do because they had to get the calling on the map just right, but it's hard to emphasize how nice a big map like that feels, because it gives you different avenues of exploring the map. Because when you have a smaller map like Cemetery, there is only so many different paths you can do, and it feels pretty linear, right? There are paths, like you do have branching paths, but like all in all, it's still as you're cutting through the same areas. I don't know. And even Mesa too, like all of the maps right now in the game are kind of guilty of this sin, where you basically go from one spawn point to the other without a lot of leeway in regards to your pathing. So it plays pretty linear. Like each level right now is pretty linear. Now they have said, or so our little spoiler guy did say too, they're planning on doing a lot of maps. Like, he didn't give us an actual indication, right? So if their plan is to do, as opposed to doing a bunch of small, or sorry, a few big maps, if their plans to do a bunch of small maps, I can see that being the case too. So the variation isn't necessarily the individual maps you play, but the amount of maps that you have. So as opposed to having like only like 6 or 7 big maps like Tarkov has, if we have like dozens of smaller maps with their own, like with each having their own theme, that kind of makes up for it, right? If you think about it, in the sense of you might not get a different experience on Cemetery every single time you play it, but you have 30 maps to choose from, right? 30 different scenarios to choose from. I could see that being a different approach, an interesting approach, right? I'm not sure if they're doing that, but maybe they will. Maybe that's their approach. So as opposed to like, 7 open world maps like Tarkov, you have 30 kind of cinematic experiences, I guess, or cinematic areas, or, kind of, I don't know how to describe it better than that really. Yeah, it's like 30 different, like, small areas with their each theme, right? I think they're trying to work on that, Kel, right? They did mention too, like, they're not in the game yet, but like, and they said they don't want you to be the one to influence it. They want you to make you feel like a spectator, noticing that like, oh, you know, we went to Mesa and we saw that Europa got their shit pushed in on Mesa, right? So now that map has a much more, you know, Yoruska or Eurasia feel to it, or, you know, presence to it. I can see that being the case. I know they talked about that, but I know they also said too, they don't want the player to be the agent of that, or to have any severe influence on that, which makes sense, right? We're supposed to be very small. We're one little lowly boy. We shouldn't have influence on the grand war, if you will, but it's cool to be the spectator of that, right? Yeah, it's like server. I always love that part of Tarkov, right? Or like leaning into that. Like I was like back in the day, it's like I was the first one to like one of the first people to recommend like, you know, multi-layer maps, right? Like having to travel to a map to go to labs. Like the concept of like there's a difference between planning for one raid and planning for several raids back to back, right? And sometimes, right, when you're planning to do several raids back to back, you have to actually take your time and plan out your kit. Like how much ammo do I need? Okay, so like, you know, I went to this map and I spent this much ammo on this map. I'm going to this next map. I have to be very careful now. I only have so many bullets. And if you have to leave that map, go to a different map to get back to your innards, right? If you're now low on ammo, you have to approach that map differently now, right? Yeah, and I know that was originally the theme of Tarkov, right? Tarkov's maps were supposed to, technically they are all interconnected, right? But they've never got to that point where it's a giant open world. Yeah, Kel, for sure. Yeah, the tourist quest is, you know, experiencing multiple maps at once would be really nice. All right. We have our AK. What map are we doing actually first before we do anything? What map are we doing? We just did Mesa. Let's do some trenches, I guess. So if we're doing trenches, we need plug pole naturally. You probably want to kill Europans, and we probably want HK stuff too. Do we want to import up? Let's, you know, import up. Where are you? Shotgun, we'll bring a couple hundred rounds in, like 200 rounds. I should probably bring more beds in too. All right, we have our ammo, we have our shotgun shells, we have our pack mule, quest, elevator, and we're good. Don't really need to, right? Not really, Wilson. I typically only need to change guns when I'm like low on ammo for one gun. So I'll typically rotate between the AK, the RPK, and the M4, depending on how much ammo I have.
Has our luck run out?
Can I close you? Okay, can I close you? So, being not able to close this hallway means we probably want to stick to a silencer first, because I don't want to aggro all these guys behind us. So if we use a shotgun here, there's a good chance we get flanked from these guys, and we're in a bad spot for that. Probably the saw. I know, like, I think the problem with the saw, right, it does have a decent amount of, like, shake in third-person mode, but it's not bad. All right, can I close this door? I cannot. Okay, so we can't keep an exo out. No, that's right, yeah. The muzzle flash for all the guns is still just bonkers. I think I've gotten used to it at this point, because I played the game so much. Good night. But like, still, it's very blinding. Once again, the tragic line infantry. Dying because they're in a line. Though, I mean, they're nice. They're right next to the meat grinder. Speaking of meat grinder, let's do our duty. Let's turn her on. I'm not here to torture myself, Wilson. The R8 is awful. Meat. Hey Tempo, how's it going? All right, time for murder. Let's actually go ahead and summon HKs too. To the HK ritual. Yeah, this is a perk of the M4. Is that enough? There we go. Perk of the M4 is that we do have access to 202 damage on our M4 as opposed to 175 on the Saw. I don't think there is. No, that sounds accurate. I don't think any of the LMGs have a way to increase bullet damage. The MG34 and the M60 are stuck at 175. If you can increase the Saw, it's not by much. And then what's the last LMG? The Scar Heavy, I think. Yeah, the Scar Heavy you can't do either. I think the Scar Heavy is always 200 damage. Sorry, it's a Scar Super Heavy. Yeah, I think that's like the one upside, right? Do you want more bullets or do you want more damage? Though I do find, well, with the increased headshot damage too, I don't think it's that important anymore, actually. Most guns will one-shot headshot now. The poor guy thought it was a good idea to go upstairs, or go up this. Let me loot you. Why? Why, MG34? Why are you always in the way? I don't want the weapon. You know what they should do? If you don't have a weapon rig, they don't even give you the option to try to pick up the weapon. Because why would you try if you couldn't actually pick it up? Yeah, well, that's a bust. I still think too, maybe they can justify LMGs though. I do really like the concept of having ammo pouches for your large item slots. So imagine like the perk of the LMGs being able to be belt fed from a pack on your large item slot as your main source of ammo. They can still be fed by magazine too, right? Say for example, if this runs out, you can still feed them from your container. But like being able to, like, imagine if you had the rack, right, as Bagman, and you're able to put these large ammo containers that you belt feed into Painless in your large item slots, and you have 8 of them. There we go. There's one. Yeah, the 2 doesn't ammo Painless. The painist. I need more people to spawn. I mean, you kind of already are that guy, but it would be cool just because, like, there needs to be some reason to run LMGs, and there's really not right now. The rifles are just better. So giving the LMGs the ability to actually feed off the backpack would be nice. Because, like, right now, they're, like, LMGs are just worse rifles. The only LMGs that are worth it are the Saw, because you can get a shit ton of ammo. And that's really about it. Every other LMG is just bad, except for the Saw, because it has a large magazine capacity. I'm gonna probably regret this, but we're gonna go over here and summon some guys. I want more kills. And they're not spawning over here. Yeah, the RPD, the MG34, and the M60 are all awful. Relative to their rifle counterparts. Because you can basically have better damage on your, you can have more mods on your rifles along with basically a similar magazine capacity with upgrades, right? Like for the 308 round, the SA58 has a 50 round drum and has way more mods and a better rate of fire and more control. It's just, yeah, like the SA58 is just a better LMG than the LMGs. I know, so Server, the guy who was in here a while ago, like last week, was mentioning that like that's like their clan. Oh, we're in a bad spot, we need to move. Like, they want to have that level of ambiance going on, right? Where like, you want to stick to the trench lines, because like, if you're outside of the trench lines, you're going to be a casualty to gunfire, right? Because there's so much gunfire going on the surface in these areas, these open areas, that like, you don't want to be in open areas. That's very dangerous to be in open areas. Yeah, guy, he was mentioning that. Yeah, the RPD exists, but like, considering the RPK exists, the RPD doesn't need to exist. It has no role. The RPK is better in every aspect. The RPD actually feels awful to use. Like, the only perk of the RPD is it comes based with a drum, a 75 round drum, but you can get a 100 round drum on the RPK. Yeah. It also gets way more mod slots too, right? Like the RPD without mods is pretty uncontrollable. It's also stuck, I think it's also like stuck at like 175, right? It's stuck at like lower damage too.
Another reason to stay alive.
Yeah, Mech Trench does feel a bit too safe. RPD is off of, so your Ruska infantry will occasionally drop it as opposed to an AK or RPK. So it's basically a weapon drop from your Ruska infantry. It was on my main, if I was on my main account, I could show you, but I don't have it right now on this account, so. But donation box, and then your Ruska guys will drop it. Yeah, if it had a bigger magazine capacity, like I said, if they gave it the option to feed off the belt to your backpack, it would balance them all out. Yeah, it does everything. Yeah, 100%. It can snipe. It can, you know, 100 rounds. It can suppress. It does damage. The RPD is a pinnacle rifle. Why are we so close? Okay, quick run then, because we are very close to next prestige. We shouldn't like stay a long while on any map in particular. We can do a quick mausoleum, because we can pick up some good quests like Mech Wreck, and just hopefully turn the quests after we level up. I actually haven't checked it either yet. What's going on over here in the donation box? Oh, cool, pistol, thanks. Thanks, game. Thanks, guys. I give you so much water. We have So much water, everyone. We are doing great, and you give me a pistol? Anyway. I mean, who cares about legality considering it's an early access game with a ton of bugs? Alright. M4. Actually, buy some more 762 off Air Lock here real quick. We're gonna still use M4 for now, though. M4, where are you? 556. It's green, it's big, green. There we go. I'm blind. Shotgun. Meds. I don't know how many hours I have on this guy. Hold on, let me check. I mean, it's 30 hours, but like that's not considering this run. So 30 hours, I think. I have wiped this account before a few times because I use this account usually for getting like fresh wipe footage. So I will just like, I pretty liberally wipe this account when I'm not using it for something else. Like I don't wipe my other account, I wipe this account when I'm doing like things like that. All right. Let's see here. We got this, yeah, we're good. I know they're planning for that actually, right? They're eventually trying to do inner defense. Like, that's the first water quest test, right? As you have that quest to defend your base from water scabs. It's very in progress right now. But that is their like first kind of test of inner's defense or inner's mission. So they are definitely planning on doing that, right? Where if you piss off a faction too much, you might need to defend your innards against them. Which I think is cool, right? Some actual consequences.
I hate the surface.
I like how the frickin' mech still spawn in this variant. Is there 3? Holy fuck, there's 3. Ugh. Yeah, they took it away from us because it was too... We weren't supposed to see it, but you actually get it from water death though, which is super weird. Here comes the fog. Alright, has to be on the other side then. We're looking for the mech pilot. Is that you right there? There you are. Alright, they're dead. Now, we're probably just going to leave. So a grabber will spawn up there, and a grabber will spawn down here. We could kill some Eurasia guys, or sorry, Eurasia guys, but like literally it's just not worth it doing anything on this map right now with 2 grabbers around. So we're just gonna leave. We might loot the loot room over here real quick for some experience, but that's gonna be about it. Is that door open? It is open. And doors closed out. That's nice, okay. There's usually always a dog over here, especially a night variant. We just want a little bit of loot to get, so hopefully gets like 1,000 XP or so. Lockbox.
All of this is what it's all for.
We want just enough loot for 1,000 experience, basically. I wonder if it's actually probably safe for me to go through the hangar as opposed to go through here and fuck with the dog. Let's go through the hangar, actually. I'll have to kill a brawler or two, but I think it's probably safer than going through the fucking area with the dog. Yeah, it's the 1K variant, but like, why take the risk either? It's the nice variant. It's the fair variant. How did I just complete all my quests? I'm so confused. I'll take it, I guess? Question mark? Hey. Yeah, I imagine having low rep with them. Like, there probably needs to be like a rep level below low. So you have like the neutral rep where you start at because they don't know about you. Then they have like the good rep, the super good rep, the bad rep, and the super bad rep. And like once you get to super bad rep, it's bad things starts happening to you. But yeah, more rep like levels would probably be good. Hey Radic, how's it going? How is it going? All right, time to leave. I'm not fucking with the dog today.
Another day.
I think too, I hope they experiment. Like, it's weird too with Underground Cemetery because since Underground Cemetery is like underground naturally, there's a lot of ambient light on that map. Like, there's a natural bluish light to the map, which is quite interesting. I feel like I would like to explore the concept of a map where there's very minimal to no light and you have to rely heavily on flashlights. Like, I feel like a map, the ambiance, like imagine if the night variant or the variant for Cemetery, and it kind of does this, right, where it has little to no light, but even then it still gives you light. It gives you a few flares here and there. It's still pretty bright. I would love to see almost a pitch black map with little to no lighting. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if I love TACCAM's current implementation. I do think the first thing they should do is probably change TACCAM to only go through one wall. Now, that might be hard to code in. They would probably have to like rework most maps to do that. I hope not. But yeah, I think TACCAM should be limited to like one wall, I think. It's a bit too strong right now. But I think it would still have great utility with it being able to scout the room ahead of you. All right, 16, oh boy. We've gone 6 levels so far today. It's not bad. No deaths yet though. All right, what map are we doing now? Weirdly enough, server, that would be kind of cool. Like, for example, right, if it was supposed to be the entire map, it renders it in super low res, so you can get an idea of what's going on, but not perfect. Also, imagine those poor cyborgs can only see in 1440 or 144p. That's a cool idea though, server too, in a sense of like, you bring it up to your eyes and it like renders the game in like low resolution, but you can see through walls perhaps or something like that. Like, yeah, that'd be interesting. So like you can get an idea where stuff is, but you can't perfectly see it unless you're really close. Kind of like a really shitty like infrared, right? With a very low pixel count. That's a neat concept. Alright, let's go back over to the RPK. Yeah, basically bad eyesight, but you can see through walls and get an idea what's going on in the next room. So you maybe can't tell exactly how many enemies there are, but you can tell that there are enemies in the next room. And maybe they added, like, yeah, Ludroff, they add a weird Easter egg. When you're using it, if you're drunk, you actually see better because you're just cyborg now. All right, Mech Trenches, Nexus we just did. Actually, we moved to Nexus in a bit. Let's do Nexus. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. Now, they said they fixed some quests. I have no idea what quests they actually fixed. but I haven't tried this quest yet in regards to actually picking up brawler parts. So we're gonna see if that's the case. And I'm actually gonna change my loadout too if that's the case. We're gonna test this out. Let me go over to different loadout real quick. So we're gonna do RPK shotgun. We're gonna do NWT plus shotgun. Let me actually go ahead and just reset this real quick. Come over here. Set our loadout. We have that and that. So 50 cal will bring like 200-ish. Shotgun ammo will bring the full complement again. Consumables, all 13 advanced, and then we'll bring like 5 small hulls. Regions, Nexus, we have our requests, right? We're missing 1. Guess we should do both. I guess we'll do both, right? Yeah, we'll just see if we get either of them. And regions, Nexus, we're good. I can see thermal too. But yeah, I think it currently seeing through the entire map's a bit too much. Hopefully we get the right variant for this though. I haven't gone, yeah, okay, we got the right variant. So this is the variant that the brawler will spawn on. When it's like, looks like daytime outside, you'll actually have a ton of brawlers on this map. And we should be able to kill quite a few of them. I'm pretty sure if we one-shot headshot them with this. But shotgun-wise, it take a lot. Yeah, there are there's up to 2 grenade officers on this map that spawn at the beginning of it. And our first goal was to kill both of them before we even tried doing the map. And it's important to do the extract first before you're doing this variant of the map, because if you don't, you're going to have brawlers pushing you when you're trying to extract, and brawlers pushing you when you're trying to extract is actually terrifying. They hurt so much. Alright, there should be one more wave, I'm pretty sure. Here they come. I wouldn't mind too. It's probably a lot of work. I think gore, not like necessarily hardcore gore, but like ever so slight dismemberment would be really cool. Like actually blowing off a cyborg's head. Alright, so we're looking for officers. Alright, so that's one officer that's not a grenade launcher officer, which is huge. Only the big infantry will be the officer variant. Okay, both officers are not grenade launcher officers, which is huge. I will take that. Very good luck for us. Alright, here come the heavy brawlers. The first wave of these guys are all melee guys, and then after the first wave, they're all ranged guys. Alright, they're all dead. Do they actually drop their things? It does appear not to be the case still. I do not know what they fixed
when they said in the patch notes, we fixed quests. I have yet to find a single quest that was actually fixed. What? I regret. It's like bouncing for a second. It was weird. So, by the way, if you didn't notice, hey, I have a bug report for developers if you're watching. Probably not. When you have a shotgun and you reload your other gun, listen. We have the sound effect of reloading our shotgun shells with our 50 cal. Stand still. I would like to submit a bug report, please. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. Our shotgun, I mean, actually, weirdly enough, right? 12 gauge will fit in 50. Like, you can fire a 50 out of a shotgun, a 12 gauge shotgun. That does work. It's gonna probably blow up your barrel, but it does work. It will fit and it will fire. Oh my god. There's like a weird, in some areas, they have like an indoor sound effect for like, you know, what's it called? Making the gun sound different, like the echo. God, it's so loud. So we have indoors. We have outdoors. Stand still. It's getting a wee bit dangerous. Those officers are actually, they actually hurt quite a bit. Definitely time for us to start retreating here a bit. It's not even that too. Like the officers can actually have A12s. Where'd your hitbox go? Yeah, we've killed like what, 9, 12 brawlers by now. No parts at all, so that's, yeah, definitely just still 100% bugged. Yeah, there's an A12 right there on the ground. So if you want to find an A12 in game and not buy it, there you go.
Come to Scorch, come to Nexus. All right, I think it's time to leave. Or at least head that way. No, I agree. Like, they do need to do something in that regards. I think the AI being the biggest thing. Like, the AI is deadly. You know, there are, like, if I do not actively stun the AI, they will kill me very quickly. So, there's not much they need to do to make the AI or the game feel better in that regard. Just AI improvements and maybe a rework of Stagger. I think Stagger is a weird state right now, honestly. It's kind of a gimmick, right? Because Stagger right now is what kills you or what saves you in the vast majority of fights. If you stagger them, they can shoot you. If they stagger you, you're stun locked for a bit. It's a weird dynamic.
Another day.
So Clay, I just saw your message, by the way. So Clay, I am running at 1440p right now. And I know for a fact, Clay, also, the game is going to be much more CPU bound than GPU bound. And it has DLSS too. So you probably could run 4K. You might need to scale it down a bit with DLSS. But I imagine you should be fine on if you have a 3080 or above for 4K. It might not run great, but I don't think it's going to be the main issue. And I would say you can try the demo also. There's a demo for the game out for Forever Hunter. So if you're trying to play 4K, you can download the demo and try out 4K in the game and see how it feels. But I don't think the demo has DLSS. So keep that in mind. I don't think you'll have access to that, but you will have resolution scaling. It's a good middle ground, right? I think the fact that like killing infantry is a good spot. Like you should be able to easily deal with infantry. Like for example, in a lot of the trailers on the game or in the game, they'll show you dealing or like kind of coming by and dealing with leftover infantry, but you're not fighting a giant force of infantry. You're not fighting like their tanks or their mechs. You're really only fighting like small remnants of infantry pockets, right? And so for you to have the tools to deal with infantry like that's perfectly fine, all the way up to EODs. Once it's getting like exos and tanks, it's a bit more sketchy. All right, let's do a Mesa. Yeah, so these quests still bugged. They do not work. Yeah, we need quite a bit more experience before we get there. But so far, 474k experience, no deaths. Oh boy. Yeah, like right now, I will say, it definitely seems like you get access to a lot of things pretty quickly and pretty early. I do not think progression is a big aspect for them right now. It definitely feels like more they want to give you a bunch of stuff to test with, as opposed to make it hard to get. Like, Painless, for example, getting Painless, one of the best guns of the game, is stupid crazy easy. The quest is super easy to do. And I can't imagine like it being, oh, I have 9 of them. Painless is really easy to get, so it can't always be the case. That's surely going to change in the future. RPK. I can't imagine like Painless being that easily available. Wait, that's not a great RPK. Hold on here. I want my good RPK, not the bad RPK. And we're good. Regions, Asher Mesa, entry point, streets, and we're good. Yeah, back can only use Painless, but it's more of an example, right? Like the XM25 grenade launchers, there's a bunch of very powerful weapons that are pretty easily obtained. Like right after, it's weird, right? Because say for example, you're playing Bagman, right? Right after you do the tutorial, you can essentially get the quest, or after you do like the first 5 quests, right? After that, you can immediately get the quest for Painless, and get Painless like at level 1, essentially, right? Or close to it. Like by level 2, Prestige 2, you can have Painless as Bagman and just go crazy. You do, but it's pretty easy to farm, right? You just like, if you know what to do, you take that painless, you go to mech trenches, and congratulations, you know how an infinite 50 cal. All right, off we go to the magical land of the crawler. Oh, hey, bud. How's it going, Rat King? Oh, no. 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 He's doomed to die. If you did not know, the chopper basically ruins the shit out of Rat King. I'm not going to... I honestly, I would if I had a 50 cal and a pneumatic device to jump, but I do not. So I will not. Alright, I don't want to be collateral damage. I do not want to be collateral damage. Rat King is the scav faction, actually, Fran. He is a friendly boy to us. He's friendly, but he can occasionally stomp on us and kill us. So we have to be cautious about that guy, because like collateral damage is a thing. But Rat King is our god. Apparently he's an AI that feels sympathetic toward the scav faction, and so he is on our side now. He is our god. He's our deity. He's the mural on the thing. He's the thing you pray to in the innards that apparently just does not answer my prayers. Never ever. I haven't prayed to it though. Maybe that's why. Our deity is getting his shit pushed in, probably. Though weirdly enough, the chopper is fucking with X as opposed to him. Yeah, it's like the biggest sin with all mechs. If you want to be in a mech, just get above it. There is like no mech in the game that can deal with a person just being high above it. If you want to kill a mech, just get a pneumatic device and just jump on the shanty town. They can't shoot you up there. You know, weirdly enough, Nather, the guy alluded to the prayer actually being answered occasionally, but I'm just not doing the right things to trigger it. I feel like I'm being led on. I feel like I'm being lied to. We're in shotguns, dude. Oh shit. Oh fuck me. Where do you guys come from? That was scary. Fucking close frickin' cyborg danger. Where do you guys come from? Silent cyborgs. Yeah, that's literally what it's here for, though. Is in case of panic, break the AH-12 glass. And I will say too, if it didn't tell me exactly where they were, thanks to the UI, it would be harder for me to actually shoot those cyborgs. All I need is this, like, all I need is the ability to have an HP bar somewhere on my HUD. That's all I need. If they adopted Dead Space's philosophy around UI, I would be so pumped. And they have the means of doing so, right? All they need to do is put indicators on your rig of your HP and other things, right? The Dead Space's UI is so damn good. And like, they have the means of doing so, right? We have this giant amount of real estate on our back to do so. And so you can work the rigs to be in a way that they always have the indicators of like HP pool, so on and so forth, ammo. Yeah, right? Alright, let's get into our hallway of safety. I keep getting flanked and I'm not enjoying it. Stop flanking me, please. Hey. Stop that. We're getting pretty close to full. All right, I think we're officially full now. All right, time to leave. What have we got going? Just drones, just drones. All right, we have drones or we have cyborgs? Which one is it? It is probably drones. Nope, it's cyborgs. Imagine, okay, imagine having enough consciousness to still be aware, but being compelled to crawl slowly toward the masked man with an AA-12 pointing directly at your head. Like, imagine having that be your fate. Having just enough consciousness to have, like, the ability to know you are crawling toward a guy with a shotgun pointed at your face. Like, personally, if I was them, I would hide. I can't move. I can't do anything.
Wake me up in a year.
That's actually very good point. I might want to die actually if I'm in the place. Very good observation there. I did not think of that. Death might be a better option. Yeah, thank God it's finally over. Please end my life. Oh, I don't have an upgrade. Oh, yeah, hold on. I can fix this. Yep, that tracks. All right. So we are now at 16 and like 2/3 the way to 17. That's it for today, everyone. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys next Monday for another stream. We'll see if anything happens over the weekend. Otherwise, we'll be just continuing this until 25. Hopefully, you know, we lived so far. You know, we have a pretty good loop here. Definitely seems possible to survive 0 to 25 if you play cautiously, kind of do the same loops. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Have a good weekend. See you guys on Monday. Hopefully I have a video sometime this weekend too, if I finish it in time. But yeah, if not, have a good weekend, everyone. Bye all.